Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. Before we call this meeting to order, I would just like to make an announcement. We have a very full agenda tonight. We know that there are a lot of visitors here who are here for the purpose of speaking on the ordinance on second reading. I'm going to ask anyone who would like to speak to be heard during that public comment period. There's a sign-in sheet at the back. If you would kindly just print your name and the town where you live. It's just going to help us go through a little bit more orderly, and on a practical note, it helps me to be able to call people up one at a time, respectfully, rather than point across the room. Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting of the Brick Township Council to order. Madam Clerk.
Adequate notice of this meeting was provided and published in the Asbury Park Press and the Ocean Star on February 8, 2019. Copies of the agenda were provided to the newspaper, posted on public bulletin boards and the Township website.
Thank you. Give the roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Here.
Councilwoman Pontorero. Councilwoman DeYoung.
Here.
Councilman Mumolo.
Here.
Councilman Halloran.
Here.
Vice President Crate.
Here.
President Zapsik.
Here.
Thank you.
Would everyone please stand for a salute to the flag and a moment of silence, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please accept and file the reports of the municipal officers?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the January 22nd meeting? Motion.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Crate, seconded by Councilman Mumolo. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to ask Vice President Crate and the mayor to go to the podium to recognize the Brick Memorial High School Band.
Brick Township Memorial High School Mustangs Marching Band has established itself, this is what it says, as one of the premier high school marching bands at the Jersey Shore, but it is the premier high school marching band at the Jersey Shore and in the state of New Jersey. This past season, the Marching Mustangs captured first place at the Northern New Jersey, New York Metro Area Regional Competition. They also captured first place at the Atlantic Coast Championship and were a finalist at the Band of America Mid-Atlantic Competition. The success of this year's Marching Mustangs is attributable to not only the skill of the musicians and the color guard, but to the dedication, pride, and effort each and every member of the band put in order to prepare for the competition season. The Marching Mustangs are under the direction of Band Director Andrew Penrod, Assistant Band Directors Alan Kirchner and Christopher Seidelman, and Color Guard Director Jack Cosgrove. I, John G. Ducey, the Mayor of the Township of Brick in the County of Ocean and the State of New Jersey, in honor of their outstanding competition season, do hereby proclaim this Thursday, March 14, 2019, to be Brick Township Memorial High School Marching Mustangs Day. If the coaches and members would please come up.
So we have some certificates that we would like to give to our members of the band that are here this evening, and as a former color guard captain from my high school days, this really brings I just love this, it's great. And I've seen you guys perform and you're really fantastic, so congratulations to all of you. So when I say your name, if you want to come get your certificate, Sophia Mastrosario. Caitlin Clayton. Callista Cohen. Hunter Zickban. Glenn Bouquet. Eric Allen. Alicia Wardell. Zach Clark. Anthony DeVito. Jason Krakowski. Amanda McDonald. Daniel Torba. Andrew Patella. And Dylan Torres.
Great job.
For our next presentation, Councilwoman DeYoung will join the mayor at the podium to recognize the Brick High School girls soccer team.
Brick Township has a storied history of success and excellence in a variety of interscholastic sports, including football, hockey, wrestling, bowling, and soccer. This past season, the Brick Township High School Dragons girls varsity soccer team continued that tradition by having an outstanding season that culminated in the team's first ever Central Jersey Group 3 title since 1996 by winning the Central Jersey Group 3 sectional title on November 10th, 2018. To help them accomplish this outstanding season, they were coached by an amazing coaching staff led by head coach Mike Berardinelli and assistant coaches Brian Blue, Kate Fogler, Morgan Kearns, and Cara DeBonis. I, John G. Ducey, the mayor of the Township of Brick in the County of Ocean and the state of New Jersey, in honor of their outstanding season, which culminated with their capturing the first Central Jersey Group 3 title in over 20 years, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 13th, 2019, that's tomorrow, to be Brick Township High School Dragons Girls Varsity Soccer Team Day.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Lady Dragon.
15. Hi, Miss Kay. How are you? How's your mom?
Dragon tattoos. Yeah. They're very cool.
So the council has some certificates of commendations for the ladies, but I'm so glad so many people came out to support our band and our soccer team tonight. It's really great. So we're here, excuse me. We're here to congratulate the girls' high school girls Dragons soccer team. These ladies, I don't know if many of you know, they start practice pretty much after school gets out that year. So they've been practicing, they're doing their captain's practices since June of 2018. And they were playing till November, right guys? So, It was an amazing season. I know I heard all about it. My fiance is very big into soccer, and the girls did a fantastic job. So, along with the head coaches, we congratulate Mike Burden and Ellie, Brian Blue, assistant coaches, Kate Fogler, Morgan Kearns, and Kara DeBonis. And I have some certificates for the ladies. Jean Anderson. Sonia Anderson. Reese Beggs. Riley Beggs. Erica Cameron. Emma Carpino. Danielle Christ. Brianna DeRosa. Gianna Farig. Tierney Gargowski. Alana Gatos. Caitlin Horvath. Madison Horvath. Abigail Kennelly. Jada Lopez. Kaylee Markey. Maya Malakowitz. Paige Noonan. Alana Passaretti. Gianna Prado. Isabel Silva. Gabrielle Soldo. Molly Tully. And Layla Westgate. Brianna Williams. Congratulations, ladies. We're going to take a quick picture.
That's it? Yeah, they did. I can't believe I didn't get it. I don't think anybody sent one out. I was thinking about it. And I just didn't. Follow the crying baby.
No, it's probably has nothing to do with that. There's probably
Wow. He's gonna, now the cop will come over and push it back again.
Me. That's what we have to say.
Okay, we're going to move on to our budget presentations. Mrs. Bergen.
Thank you very much. On behalf of all the department and division heads represented in this report, thanks to our mayor and members of the Township Council for your ongoing support. I will go through the division budgets that are included under administration. There are 11 budgets and hundreds of line items. Most of the budget line items have remained the same. In my presentation, I will provide a brief overview of what each department does, as well as variances in operating and salary and wage budgets. I'll first start with administration. Administration staff includes 6 full-time employees. In 2008, we are experiencing a slight increase in salary and wages and have kept operating expenses flat. Administration is the front line for all in-person and telephone inquiries that come to the township. For example, in 2018, the staff handled 34,890 telephone calls. They also track and ensure follow-up on all email inquiries that come to the township website. In 2018, we handled 37,900 cases through our Citizen Relationship Management System. Public relations, marketing, and special events are also handled by administration, including monitoring and updating of the township's website and social media sites, including Facebook and Twitter, preparation and dissemination of press releases, and oversight of Brick Township's PEG channel, BTV. We have won several awards for our efforts to keep the public informed. Our work includes creating and posting bulletin board slides and preparing and posting all content, creating advertisements and promotional materials for various departments, preparing and disseminating email updates from the township, photography at township events, and the continued implementation of a seamless documentation program for online forms. Staff also manages the Buy and Bic program, which continues to grow and benefit our taxpayers. We now have 68 businesses enrolled in the program, up 11 from 2017, which includes attrition, businesses that have closed and are dropped out of the program. Buy and Brick has over 5,872 households registered and over 9,000 individuals registered. 2018 Buy and Brick sales transactions were up 20,097, up 2,790 from 2017. 2018 Buy and Brick sales dollars processed were 1,141,187, which is up $284,957 from 2017. In 2018, resident tax savings was $62,909, which is up $5,812 from 2017. That is an increase of over 10%. Administrative staff also assists in events such as the Green Fair. Administration also manages constituent relations and publications such as advertisements, promotional materials, recycling brochures, event flyers, and many other publications as needed. Administration manages the design and content of our recreation brochure and senior booklet, reducing the overall cost by bringing this work in-house. Administration staff also provides support to municipal boards and commissions. The next budgets I'll discuss are the mayor's office and council. The office of the mayor includes our mayor and 2 full-time staff members. Mayor Ducey maintains office hours each week. His active schedule includes regular meetings with groups and organizations within town, and he hosts many initiatives to engage the public, such as the tremendously popular Facebook Live and regular attendance at council meetings. The Mayor's Teen Advisory Committee continues to engage young adults in activities and through Lounge 270, a place for teens to connect with peers and mentors in a safe, positive environment. He continues to meet regularly with the Senior Advisory Committee and readily accepts all invitations to speak at older adult communities, social service organizations, schools, businesses, and wherever else he is invited. He promotes the town's interest and advocates for our needs at the state and federal level. The mayor participates in the Ocean County Mayors Association, the New Jersey League of Municipalities, and the New Jersey Conference of Mayors. Salary and wage budget for the mayor's office increased slightly, and operating expenses are flat from the previous year. In terms of the council's budget, the salary and wage budget remains flat with a decrease in the operating budget. Council members are very active in strategic planning and have working subcommittees including redevelopment, recreation, land use, public works, public safety, and business and finance. They regularly attend community events and represent the township at a variety of events and activities. The next report is for our purchasing department. It is the responsibility of the Division of Purchasing and Contracting to conduct all purchasing, the acquisition of all goods and/or services in accordance with the local public contracts law. The Purchasing Department's salary and wage budget has decreased, and the operating budget for 2019 has a 1% increase specific to office materials and supplies. In 2018, the Purchasing Department processed approximately 5,300 purchase orders, 42 bids for goods and services, 29 professional services RFPs, 14 capital project bids, 5 national cooperative contracts, 52 formal requests for quotes, and 6 auctions of computer equipment, office furniture, postage machine, public works vehicles, forfeiture vehicles, and solar renewable energy credits. These tasks are accomplished by a staff of 5. Purchasing also oversees the central receiving mailroom. In 2018, the mail clerk processed over 91,300 pieces of mail, plus delivery to post office for bulk mail projects, newsletter, delinquent notices, etc. The mailroom clerk delivers mail, packages, and supplies throughout the complex and all off-site locations, manages the central receiving and stockroom. Postage encompasses almost 92% of the purchasing budget and includes postage for all departments and divisions' outgoing mail, mailing of property tax bills, homestead benefit, adjusted bills for second quarter, estimated third quarter, final tax bills, and added omitted assessment tax bills. Delinquent tax notices mailed after each quarter, tax sale notices, post-tax year income statements, Chapter 75 tax assessment notification, the Township newsletter, certified and regular mail, priority, and overnight postage. 3 staff members are certified in the area of public procurement through Rutgers Educational Program. 1 member is currently enrolled in the same program and will finish the series of classes this year. Certifications are required to be maintained through continuing education by attending conferences and seminars. 1 new member of the staff will be starting the program in May. This office purchases and stocks frequently requested office materials and supplies requested by other departments. Items purchased are off the state, county, and Stafford Township cooperative program contracts. On a quarterly basis, the purchases are totaled and charged back to each department's budget. Human Resources is next. The HR department, comprised of 6 full-time employees, manages all township employees, currently 422 full-time and 140 part-time seasonal. During the summer months, they coordinate all hiring and employee management for the approximately 140 additional employees. They create and institute HR policies and maintain compliance with state and federal laws. The salary and wage budget increased by 11%, with a 3% increase in the operating budget, specifically doctor's fees for new hire physicals, psychological exams, fit-for-duty exams, CDL physicals, random drug screens, post-accident testing, and the employee assistant program. HR handles employee training, including safety, the employee assistant program, and other workplace trainings. All health benefits are handled by Human Resources. They coordinate with our brokers for contract proposals, renewals, rate changes, fee submissions, and compliance with federal guidelines. They handle required reporting as well as resolve claims issues. They process all liability claims with our insurance company and ensure compliance with safety regulations and vendor insurance. Highlights and accomplishments from 2018 include biannual claims reviews, facilitate change to retiree prescription plan, contract negotiations, retirement preparation training, updates and revisions to the employee handbook, biannual health fair, blood drive, and the launching of several wellness initiatives, including team activity challenges and several fitness challenges. Specific projects for 2019 include continued negotiations, HR data consolidation, supervisor training, anti-harassment training, updating the safety manual, implement exit interviews, and develop a new employee orientation. The next department for discussion is the Office of the Township Clerk. The Clerk's office is comprised of 6 staff members, 2 of whom hold registered municipal clerk and certified municipal registrar certifications. 2 additional staff members also received their certified municipal registrar certification this year, and every staff member is a notary public. 1 staff member is fluent in English and Spanish. The Division of Archives has a staff of 3 full-time employees, an archivist who holds state and federal records management certifications, and 2 clerks. The Township Clerk's Office issues various licensing and brought in $494,973.60 in 2018, and vital statistics, which includes all records of births, deaths, and marriages, brought in $56,221. The operating for the clerk's office totals $46,351, down 5% from what was appropriated last year. Expert services is one of the largest line items. Our archivist would like to take on another major backfiling imaging project this year, specifically payroll records. We do not have the resources to do this project in-house, and we have secured a contract with RICO USA, who is in U.S. Communities National Cooperative Program. Advertising and codification of the Township Code is also a significant part of the budget. Next is our Finance Department. The Finance Department consists of 5 full-time employees, one of whom is dedicated to payroll. The salary and wage budget decreased and our operating budget increased slightly in the office materials line item. The Finance Department signs all purchase orders, 5,314 were created in 2018, and checks. Staff creates the current, temporary, and adopted and capital fund budgets, posts budget at the beginning of the year, and does all transfers and closeout procedures at year end, creating all pertinent resolutions to process those accordingly. They also tie general ledger appropriations and reserves to budget reports, balance all interfunds, keep a cash flow analysis monthly, and tie all cash receipts and disbursements in entry Excel books to posted reports. They also send out the W-9s and the W-2s at year end. The Finance Department keeps a township fixed asset inventory that is added to or deleted from as needed. They create cancel resolutions for grants, create Chapter 159s as needed, and enter all new grants into Edmunds. At this time, there are 40 open grants. Our CFO analyzes monies in our capital budget to keep track of when a band sale is needed and when to roll into bonds, creates supplemental debt statements, creates cancel resolutions when needed, inputs capital chargebacks, creates and signs all certificates of availability of funds, and enters all new capital ordinances into Edmunds. At this time, there are 32 open ordinances. They perform 41 bank reconciliations monthly, analyze approximately 900 open escrow accounts, analyze 172 electric accounts, 55 water sewer accounts, 24 natural gas accounts, and 28 telecommunication accounts monthly. They complete all aspects of payroll processing, printing, and stuffing of checks, implement payroll into Edmunds, make changes to employees' files that would need to be reflected in salary and wage, such as yearly increase, longevity, steps, etc. Healthcare contribution, pensions, direct deposit information, court subpoenaed garnishments, etc. Thanks to their hard work, the Township is able to maintain its Moody's Financial Services AA2 rating on all of its bond, long-term financing, issues during 2018, based upon its financial strength and fiscal practices, as well as a MIG 1 rating on its notes, short-term financing, which is the highest rating offered by Moody's. In addition, the Township received an increase in its bond rating from Standard & Poor's to a AA. This allows the Township to borrow and issue its debt at the best possible rates, which saves taxpayers interest costs year in and year out while addressing the capital needs of the Township to maintain infrastructure and maintain service levels to its residents. Next up is data processing, otherwise known as IT. The IT department staff of 6 full-time employees supports more than 90 servers, 37 physical, 56 virtual, 482 PCs, laptops, and tablets, 75 PDAs, otherwise known as smartphones, almost 250 printers, including the e-ticket printers in police vehicles, more than 30 scanners and copiers, 123 security cameras in 18 different locations, with 2 more parks and 14 additional cameras being added before the summer. 5 high availability environments. The current police dispatch system consists of 2 clustered environments, the production servers and the disaster recovery servers in the emergency shed. They're currently setting up the new production and disaster recovery services for the upgrade to the police dispatch system, which is happening in September of this year. Township CRM RFA system, the phone system for Town Hall, and the Township Hyper-V servers. This clustered environment runs 19 servers, including email, CRM, Edmunds, police body cameras, Township websites, print server, and file servers, just to name a few. The salary and wage budget increased by 5.5% based on actual expenditures related to overtime, and the operating budget decreased by 1%. The Township has more than 40 systems used by the different departments at Town Hall. The IT department completes software updates on all Township servers and keeps all desktop computers current with a 5-year replacement schedule. We are currently in the process of upgrading our email and CRM system to the latest versions. The IT department is also in the process of installing security cameras at Bernie Cook Park and Hank Waltonowski Park, as well as additional cameras at Town Hall and the Drum Point Sports Complex. On a regular basis, the IT department adds functionality to our in-house CRM, RFA, Citizens Relationship Management Request for Action System, which is exclusive to Brick Township and exceeds the abilities of every other program we've reviewed. Projects completed in 2018 include a complete network overhaul. All network switches at Town Hall, DPW, Seniors, and Recreation have been replaced. Security cameras have been set up at 2 more neighborhood parks. They replaced the 911 system. They replaced the antivirus software on all township computers. They replaced spam filtering software for all township email. They set up new monitoring website for township solar and wind generating stations. They replaced UPS units at Power Dispatch and Police IT server room. They replaced electronic ticketing system in police cars. They replaced the firewall. They installed and set up body-worn camera system. At the Marina Resource Building, they installed cameras, Wi-Fi, and a television. The next report covers both tax collector and tax assessor. Tax office duties and responsibilities are directed pursuant to state statutes, specifically Title 54. Our tax levy for 2018 was in excess of $233 million, with a higher than 98% rate of collection. The salary and wage line item has decreased due to the retirement of 2 longtime staff members and the transfer of another. The operating expense budget request totals $44,250, down from $47,218. This is the 4th year of decreases in expenditures. Costs have been reduced in the advertising line item due to a decrease in the number of items being advertised for tax sale and a reduction in newspaper charges. During 2018, the tax collector's office collected more than $226 million in payments through this office, $27 million in checks, $96.7 million in electronic payments, and more than $2 million in cash payments. In addition to regular collections, we send out nearly 15,000 delinquent notices, completed more than 2,900 senior tax freeze applications, handled more than 23,000 phone calls, and processed nearly 934,000 in tax appeals. Collected nearly 20,000 in property maintenance fees, recouped 91,000 in demolition costs, and sold 743 garbage and recycling cans. They completed an in-rem foreclosure and were audited successfully by the state for deductions. The largest expense in this budget is printing, which is unchanged from last year and includes budgeting for the printing of adjusted homestead benefit credit, estimated 3rd quarter final, regular, and added assessment bills. The next notable expense is for advertisements, which have been reduced slightly for tax sale, assignment, and foreclosure ads. All other operational costs have remained relatively flat. The tax assessor's office, with a staff of 8, oversees almost 32,000 residential and 800 commercial properties with a total assessed value of over $10 billion. Last year, they placed more than $68 million of added assessed value on our tax list. Part of their responsibilities include not only maintaining a record of the specifics about a property, but also monitoring any deed recordings to ensure that any changes in ownership are made in our public record. Implementing any changes to the tax maps is also the duty of the tax assessor's office. Brick Township has almost 3,400 residents receiving senior citizen or veteran property tax deductions, which they also manage on behalf of the Division of Taxation on a yearly basis. The salary and wage budget for the tax assessor budget decreased 6.8%, and the operating budget remained flat. Seniors. The Brick Senior Center provides services to a growing population of older adults and their families within our community. The staff at the Senior Center offers a vast number of programs to encourage a healthy lifestyle, independence, and provide information and referrals to social services programs that may have a positive impact on their lives. Brick Senior Services and Senior Center is located off-site at the VFW building on Naniston Road. According to the current data from the Census Bureau, 19.7% of the population in Brick Township is age 65 or older. In 2018, Brick Services provided services to over 3,500 seniors and family caregivers. They delivered approximately 1,700 counseling hours, either in their homes or in our office, to 500 older adults, and provided approximately 43,000 units of service in all categories. The office consists of 6 staff members. The salary and wage budget increased 8.6%, and the operating budget decreased 1.09%. In 2018, Brick Seniors provided services to over 3,500 seniors and family caregivers. Brick Seniors provided services to 340 family caregivers, delivered approximately 1,700 counseling hours either in their homes or in the office to over 500 older adults, and provided information and assistance to 2,600 seniors. Additionally, 1,730 seniors attended various activities and programs. Staff provided 198 medical transportation trips to 15 seniors. Staff made 6,071 wellness calls to 47 homebound seniors and provided follow-up reevaluations to 200 elderly homebound residents receiving Meals on Wheels. Staff handled 10,443 calls and provided approximately 43,000 units of service in all categories. Brick Senior Services received $135,100 in Title IIIB and Title IIIE grant funding from the Ocean County Board of Chosen Freeholders. Mid-year, the Township received an additional $20,000 in Title IIIB grant funding for the Senior Outreach Program and an additional $7,500 towards a National Caregiver Support Program, bringing the total award for 2018 to $162,600. In addition, in 2018, Brick Seniors received $17,884.36 in donations. These funds are used to offset the costs involved in running this department. And my last report is for the Municipal Court. The Brick Municipal Court is the second largest of the 33 municipal courts in Ocean County. Annual filings for 2018 were 14,205. This number consists of filings not only from Brick Police, but also State Police, the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office, Division of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Weights and Measures, Marine Police, the SPCA, Animal Control Officers, Code Enforcement Officers, Zoning Officers, Building Officials, and citizens for any incident occurring in Brick Township. Court sessions are held the third and fourth Mondays at 9 a.m., every Wednesday at 9 a.m., and every Thursday at 4 p.m. Additionally, once a month, there is a court session specific to property maintenance violations issued by our Township Code Enforcement Officers. In 2019, we project holding 140 court sessions. This total includes 10 mediation sessions and 10 code enforcement violation sessions. The staff consists of a court administrator, 2 deputy court administrators, and 7 additional staff members, along with the municipal court judge. The court salary and wage budget decreased 2.8% as a result of continued reduction in overtime costs, and the operating budget increased by $5,000, largely due to offsetting the cost of courses to enable staff to become certified interpreters with the judicial system, which will decrease the expert services line item once these certifications are acquired. This concludes my report. Any members of the council or the public that would like to go into more detail on these budgets are more than welcome to make an appointment with my office at your convenience. Thank you again for all of your support, and a special thanks to the department and division heads who work so well servicing our public.
Thank you, Mrs. Bergen. Mr. Mathis, are you ready?
Good evening. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to present a brief overview of the Department of Public Works, which includes our utility crew, solid waste collection, buildings and grounds, and vehicle maintenance. Rob Burns is here to present for Parks. The Sanitation Department makes more than 2.7 million stops per year, driving over 600,000 miles to resident homes. In 2018, we collected over 34,000 tons of solid waste, over 4,500 tons of bulk, which is up over 1,000 tons from last year, large part due to the massive debris cleanup required after the August rain event in Greenbriar. Our crews work daily to clean the debris in Greenbriar and other neighborhoods, assisting as much as possible over the devastation of that event. Along with the drainage repairs and replacements of our utility crew, our utility crew did an outstanding job getting the beaches ready for the 2018 season. The skid steer, purchased in 2018 capital, allowed the crews to prep the beaches more efficiently, which is especially important when considering the size of the beach now that the replenishment project is complete. The crew is using the new crack sealer that was purchased last year. They finished the streets in one of our older adult communities and plan on doing more streets this spring. They are also using the asphalt recycling purchase in 2018 capital. In 3 weeks, we saved an estimate of $7,000 in cold patch materials because we are now making our own by reusing old asphalt. The equipment allows for much more efficiency when filling potholes. The repairs work lasts a lot longer and requires much less continued maintenance. The utility crew appreciates the council's support of this capital budget for these pieces of equipment, which allow them to make repairs without the need of an outside contractor. They can do the work faster and more efficiently thanks to the purchase of this equipment. Our in-house construction does a variety of projects at township-owned properties throughout the town. A snapshot of the projects completed in 2018 includes the installation of new bathroom partitions in the Drum Point Sports Complex football building, the Drum Point Sports Complex soccer building, both sets of Windward Beach buildings, design and build new lifeguard stands with transport wheel assemblies for the beaches, design and build Polar Express train, track train signs, and various other holiday items. Install new airport track and graveyard signs, build new Summerfest archway, winterize and de-winterize all the parks and beach facilities beginning at the end of each season. They painted the Ocean Beach 3 and Drum Point Sports Complex bathrooms before openings, install of new toilets at various locations, install multiple new interior doors at various township-owned buildings, installed 15 new exterior doors at the Civic Plaza, and completed building and board-ups for code and construction departments. 2019 projects due to date include the administration kitchen expansion, police department briefing room renovation, design and build the body camera rack and cabinet and laptop cabinet, and the construction of a kitchenette at the Public Works building. In the coming months, the crew will facilitate the police department's detective bureau renovations, doing the project entirely in-house. In 2018, we completed 2 major projects: the construction of the vehicle canopies at Department of Public Works for our fleet, keeping all of our our garbage trucks and other vehicles protected from the weather. This not only adds to the useful life, it allows for more efficiency on a daily basis. A storage building was constructed at the Drum Point Sports Complex for the parks equipment as well. The 2019 capital request includes 2 automated garbage trucks, 2 rear loading garbage trucks for our leaf pickup and sanitation, 1 single axle dump truck with a salter and plow, a broom for the Bobcat so that the road department can collect paving debris and millings, a drainage check valve system that includes pipe installation to prevent backflow into the street, retrofits for storm drains, which is becoming essential with our localized flooding, hand tools for the utility crew, a 6-inch well point system, which is a dewatering system to help drain areas to allow our crews to dried out areas needed for repairs, a bucket truck for tree work and sign installation, and an air compressor for the park's new building. Our recycling information. January to June 2018, our single-stream recycling collected more than 4,531 tons, and from July to December, we collected 4,645 tons. So our total single-stream collection was 9,177 tons, which is up from 2017. Overall recycling, all commodities for 2018 increased 11.53%. Our metal revenue for 2018 was $99,144.45, an increase of $21,786.05 from 2017. We are purchasing single-stream recycling stickers for all residential cans and new single-stream recycling stickers for dumpsters. Also, we are currently working with condo associations on recycling compliance and education. Our recycling coordinator is researching a tracking system for the drop-off center known as The Hill and brush recycling drop-off. We are continuing to send letters to residents whose recycling containers contain non-recyclable items. Our goal is to educate as many people as possible for the benefits of recycling. The road's operating budget decreased 4.5% due to decreased expenditures in rental equipment and cost adjustments for the snow removal mobile communication dash tracker system. Solid waste salary and wage budget includes all sanitation and utility crew. That budget decreased 5.3% thanks to the continued efforts to reduce overtime. The operating budget decreased 9.9% after reviewing and adjusting several line items based on actual expenditures. Buildings and grounds includes 11 staff members, including our full-time electrician. The department's overall budget increased 6.4%. Vehicle maintenance includes 11 exceptional mechanics who service more than 188 vehicles in the DPW fleet, including trailers, bulldozers, sanitation, dump trucks with plows, as well as 40 additional vehicles in the fleet at Town Hall, 167 pieces of police department equipment, including patrol cars, trailers, boats, and ambulances. The tow truck purchased in 2017 has been providing an essential cost-saving service by allowing the mechanics to collect vehicles in need of disrepair. Wow, this is a short one. Again, I would like to thank the mayor, Mayor John Ducey, administration, and the council for their continued support. It matters and it does make a difference. And I have to say on my own personal note that I have worked for the town for 18 years in a supervisory position, and by far, this administration and this council and this mayor has been one of the top group of people I've ever had the opportunity to work for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burns?
Yes. I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to present the 2019 budget presentation for the Parks Department. The Parks is a division under Public Works. Our 17 full-time employees oversee parks, sports fields, and also the grounds at township facilities. There are 20 parks that our employees maintain, including 10 basketball courts, 8 tennis courts, 3 bocce courts, 3 horseshoe pits, 3 football fields, 15 soccer fields, 6 miles of bike trail, and 22 softball and baseball fields. This past year, Bernie Cook was under renovation, and we are looking forward to the grand opening this spring. We also maintain sports fields, including 40 acres sports complex at Drum Point. The complex is considered and recognized as one of the best in the state. Our efforts to maintain these recreational areas, maximize their useful life, will be greatly enhanced thanks to the township's effort in securing the water allocation permit from the New Jersey DEP. This allows us to use properly irrigation areas. The Department of Public Works capital budget request for 2019 includes a $525,000 line item to replace the synthetic field at Drum Point Sports Complex. The field is 12 years old in August, and the warranty was ended after 8 years. The salary and wages and operation budget both decreased slightly this year based on continued efforts to manage more in-house to support we receive in terms of necessary equipment needed. We currently manage 392 irrigation zones with 2,025 sprinkler heads. There are 174 acres of manageable grass areas maintained by parks. There are also many intersections, roadsides, detention basins parks maintain. We also maintain township-owned properties such as Town Hall, Civic Center, Cultural Arts Center. One of our most time-consuming tasks, our annual fall and spring leaf collection, which takes 10 weeks, starting at the end of October until the second week of January. We then immediately move into Christmas tree collection for 3 weeks. Spring leaf collection begins in April for 3 weeks. Throughout the year, we pick up brush, leaves, deliver, repair, issued automated cans, complete tax liens issued by the Township Code Enforcement. Outside of our daily maintenance, we also oversee lake management, fertilization programs, solar maintenance, and synthetic field cleaning. The department is also responsible to set up, break down all civic center events, senior center, also along with Summerfest, Trunk or Treat, and other recreational events. The department continues to take on more responsibilities. We move forward in renovating our parks. We look forward to the challenge and the continued hard work in keeping it safe and enjoyable for Brick residents. On behalf of the Parks Department, I'd like to thank Mayor Ducey, Township Council, Administration for their support and efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This time I will open to council for questions or comments on the budget presentation. Councilman
I
Fosman.
guess we're going to be here a little while. I just got the book this morning at 10 o'clock. So I know it was council secretary told me at 4 o'clock on Monday that the budget book was ready. So bear with me. I tried to do the best I can here. On administration, it says experience a slight increase. According to the administration regular salaries, it's up $33,143.09. Since it's up that high, is there another person being in there, or that was just salary increases?
Salary.
Yes, could you?
Yeah, I can
all-
do it. Yeah,
All the
sure.
questions at once? Thank you.
Sure.
And you did receive their comments on Friday afternoon where you could have asked all of these questions. Thank you.
Please continue, Councilman Fosman. Please continue, Councilman Fosman.
I'm continuing. Give me a second here. Okay. It says here on the Mayor's Office and Council, there was a slight increase in operating expenses. It says here in, sorry, yeah, that I want to know, and also in purchasing, it says purchasing regular salaries. Last year, we spent $388,000, and now we're down to $275. I'm just curious why the big drop in that. I don't know what happened. It was $113,195.20.
Continue.
And I have here also in purchasing, it says here, conference, education, travel. We spent $3,668 this year, and now we're asking for $7,000, and that's a $3,322 increase. Should I go right through parks too?
No, are you done with administration?
Not yet.
Okay,
Okay.
when you're done with administration, I'll have Mrs. Bergen answer, and then we'll move on to the others.
Human resources, I have here regular salaries. There was an increase requested for 2019 from 2018 of $48,340. Is that a new hiree? I don't know, or is that just salary increases? Office of the Mayor, it says regular salaries. There's $12,829 increase. Maybe you can, maybe that's pay raises, I don't know. Township clerk salaries. They increased $45,926, an increase there, and that might be a potential hiree or salary increases. And by the way, they're down 5%. Great job. Data processing here. In data processing, regular salaries, there's an increase requested for $39,550.79. When last year we spent $505,449. And just out of curiosity, whatever happened to the mayor's citizens budget advisory committee? Whatever happened to that? Should have been done before this, so the residents that are interested in it should be in here and saying their piece. Okay, that's all I have there for right now. That's all I have right now.
Mrs. Bergen?
Let me go back
That's
here.
just for administration. We'll do them one at a time.
So if I miss any Any
I'll
Councilman
go over
Clausen,
it with
please
you.
let me know.
Well, I'll go up with you.
The first one was regarding administration. The question was, have we hired an additional person with the increase in salary and wages? So the answer is, we have an employee in our department whose salary was shared between two departments, and that person was spending all of her time in administration, so we took on the full salary and took it away from another department because that person was essentially working in administration full-time.
Could
So
I
it's
ask
not
what
a-
department? what
That was administration. The first question was
Yes, I
administration.
know that, but you said you split that person between two departments. What was the other department that he was working for, or she working for?
Well, there were there were three in total sharing one job. One was coded to administration, one was coded to land use, and another was coded partially to HR. So we took on the full responsibility of that employee's salary. The second question was regarding the mayor's office salary and wages. There are three people coded to that budget, the mayor and two employees. The mayor's salary has not increased at all, but both of the employees in that department had a salary increase. The purchasing decrease.
Excuse me. Can we go back to that first one? If you added another person there, that means that, you said there's 6 people full-time, and that's now with that new person in there, 6, or is that 7?
It's 6.
It's still 6, so you put that in there. Okay, I just want to make sure. Sorry about that. Go on. Sorry.
And the purchasing salary and wage decrease is related to a retirement, of a high-level employee, and we also have a vacancy that we are actively looking to fill.
So if we are looking to fill that position, wouldn't that, and you're going to get a salary, don't we have to include that in the budget?
There
Because-
is room in there for the budget, but for a new person, but we haven't identified the person, and if we had to do any kind of adjustment, we would, but we are anticipating a hire.
I'm just saying, that's $113,000, so if you're high, because you went from $388,000 to $275, so if you're going to hire somebody, you can hire them within that $275?
Yes, and we also have one less person overall in that department.
Okay.
Why are they spending $7,000 now in conference education and training as opposed to $3,600 last year? We have some folks that are continuing to be educated. I think I mentioned that in my report, going for additional certifications. And so we calculated the cost of those classes with the number of folks that are interested in it, and that's how we came up with the budget request of $7,000. In HR, to answer the question, no, there are no new hires in human resources. Clerk salaries, the question was.
Well, regular salaries at the Human Resources, it's still up. It's up $48,000. Is that just the salary increases?
Yeah, your question to me, was there any new hires, and my answer is no, so then yes.
Okay,
it would
is
be
that
increased.
salary increases?
Yes.
I have here potential hires or salary increases in that department, so, and how many people are in Human Resources?
Let me check my report. 6 full-time employees.
Okay, so we got 6 full-time employees, we got an extra $48,000 in there, okay. So, what's it?
The clerk salaries increased slightly, was your question. We did bring on another person assisting the archivist in his responsibilities to get a lot of these large projects done. There was a transfer that came in from another department, so technically there was one more person in archives. Should I answer the last question?
Yeah, that's okay, yeah,
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
going through.
So the IT salary and wage budget increased, and that increased due to overtime, which I mentioned in my report. We estimated we looked at their actual expenditure for last year and budgeted this year accordingly.
And that was for, you're saying that's for finance administration?
I think you asked about information technology. I don't believe you asked me any questions on finance.
I have it right here, I have it labeled, and I asked for financial administration, regular salaries, it increased by $63,000. Didn't I ask that one?
When I heard you ask that question, I thought you.
I'd give you a page number, but there's no page
Right.
numbers here, that's,
Our finance department salary and wage budget decreased, so I believe your question was asking me about the administration line item.
it's says financial administration, regular salaries, it's up $63,700. I don't have, there's no page number. It's under financial administration.
So I show it as a 0.2% increase, but it's a slight, it's of a $420-something thousand line item. It goes from $422,500 to $426,500, so it's $4,000.
We're looking at two different things then.
I was on financial administration.
We spent $361,000 last year, and this year we put in for $425,000.
Correct, but your, the control total at the bottom includes overtime, which is also part of salary and wage, and that's the number that I just provided.
It's quite a bit of overtime. Okay.
Quite a bit overtime?
Then
It's, the
I'll
request
have
in
to go-
overtime was
I'll go over that with you.
$1,500.
I'll stop by and go over that with you.
Okay, that sounds good, thank you.
And data processing,
I believe I just answered that.
$39,000, and you said that was increase in salaries?
It's, the increase in salaries is related to the amount that we included to cover overtime, which we based on actual expenditures from 2018.
So it's 15,000. So you're estimating 30,000. We spent 31 last year, you're estimating 30,000 in overtime. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments from council on the administration budget?
No, thanks.
All right. Questions from council on the Department of Public Works? Councilman Bosman.
On Public Works there, I see you talked about it, so I'm going to ask about it, was, so it's the parks, hold on. Hold on, bear with me here. Buildings and grounds regular salaries, do you?
I don't have that information right in front of me, sir.
But it's okay, we'll take his question.
It's okay? Okay. We have an increase of $52,000, $54.60 increase, and I'd just like to know why. And the VFW, the rent on the VFW, did we do some kind of, we did an air conditioning service there or something with them, and I thought that was supposed to be offset the rent or something like that. I remember something back in there, and I don't see any decrease from last year to this year, but did we do any kind of deal with them on the air conditioning there? Recreation salaries? I'll finish DPW first, okay. We have a sign shop in our place. Why are we ordering, or purchasing single-stream recycling stickers when we have a sign shop? Why do we, I'm just curious, I'm just
I'll
going
answer
by
it
what you
when he's
said.
done. I'll answer it.
Degrade and recycling, I gotta admit that, you did really good there. And also here, that's parks. Did a great job in recycling in that, you did, your department did. That's all I have. That's all I have in that department.
So salary and wage has increased in the Buildings and Grounds Department. We do still have some employees that are on a longevity and step guide, so a lot of the folks in our Buildings and Ground Departments have been here for a while, and those are salary increases.
Could I ask you, also, is this, it's the regular salaries, so the part-timers for the summer, I don't see that. That's not included in that, right? That is?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
In Buildings and Grounds, our overtime remained relatively, the budget amount remained flat. It's just salary increases. Should I continue?
The sign shop.
The sign shop and also the question about the HVAC
Yeah.
for the
So,
building.
yes, so VFW Rent, our Buildings and Grounds guys do quite a bit of, I wouldn't say quite a bit of work, but they do work at the VFW. We keep in mind that we have several employees that are there for an 8-hour day every day, and it's our seniors that are going and using the facility. So we do pay rent, but we keep in mind that our use is very significant on the building, so when there are minor repairs or repairs that our staff are asking us to make for their comfort or their safety, we are proactive in making those repairs without looking at recouping it from the VFW. We often make those decisions internally. There are times when we haven't felt that we were responsible and requested that they take responsibility for making repairs, but based on the usage and the amount of hours we spend in that building, we do maintain the facilities from time to time with certain projects, especially those that we can do with our in-house crew. HVAC does usually require an outside contractor, but John Lola, our Buildings and Grounds Supervisor, has made that determination. In terms of the sign shop, they are used and busy regularly and often, but there are certain materials and certain types of things that they are not able to print on the equipment they have, and those particular stickers are one of them.
In the sign shop, we do the police cars. Didn't we put the stickers on the garbage trucks, those huge?
And secondly, also, not to interrupt you, Councilman Fosman, but we are able to, a lot of the recycling material we charge back to the Clean Communities Grant, in which case they need to see a PO with an outside vendor that they reimburse us for. So if we can get them through the grant, we take the work off of the sign shop and acquire it through the grant.
Okay, parks?
Okay. Anybody else from council or DPW?
No, thank you.
Question on parks.
On parks, it's a big ticket item is the sports complex, the synthetic fields. It says here it includes $525,000 in the capital. It's only 12 years old. Can you give me an explanation on why that's being replaced? And that's a big ticket item, and I'm sure everybody here would like to know why it's
Are
being
there
replaced.
other questions, just so we're good?
Yes.
Okay.
You said in this report here that you do lake management. I don't know what's lake management here. And also solar field maintenance. And you have here synthetic field cleaning. So for cleaning the synthetic field and maintaining it, I mean, it's only 12 years old. I mean, so. Okay? That's all I have right there for now.
Yeah, as far as the synthetic field is concerned, the synthetic fields, most of the time, if you're lucky to get 10 years out of them, okay, as far as the usage of it, these companies will only give you a warranty up to 8 years, all right? There's a reason for that, is because of the wear and tear on these fields. The fibers wear out within a period of, that much time because of the sun on it, through the amount of play, okay? Once those fibers start coming out of that rug itself, okay, it no longer holds the rubber, cryogenic rubber within it, and it becomes unsafe, okay? So I've been putting this in for probably 3 to 4 years now, just so that everybody's prepared to understand that after, a certain amount of lifetime that these fields have, that it's time to replace that rug.
So,
Okay, so that's, and it isn't a big expense to just replace that rug.
so we're saying here, every 12 years, we're going to have to come up with $525,000 to replace that synthetic.
And that's what generally is. And to get 12 years out of it, we're doing very well. Okay, most fields you'll see I've seen some fields get replaced in 5 or 6 years. Okay, you have to understand too that we have, not only do we have soccer, we have lacrosse, we have football. These fields are used constantly. So, these aren't just something that only one team uses or anything like that. This is used constantly. So, and I give credit to the Parks Department because we have maintained those fields in the best condition possible for all these years, even to get the 12 years out of it. So this is just something that we're kind of looking at, so that if we do find this money to replace this field, I think it would be a good idea. I think it's good for our kids, to keep them safe. We are at that point where we really do need to look in to do the replacement.
The synthetic field cleaning, what is that procedure?
There's a machine out there that we hire a company at a minimal cost to come in, and what they do is it's like a vacuum system that comes in and actually it raises up the fibers, cleans out the rubber, drops the rubber back down, cleans out anything like sunflower seeds, okay, bottle caps, things that kids will throw on the fields. All right, so we do that once a year, twice a year we do that, and it just keeps that field in better shape.
Now, I just got to ask the cost of that.
I think we charge, $1,600 for cleaning.
For cleaning?
Correct.
All right, and the solar field maintenance?
Yeah, that's the solar field. That was the old French's landfill where the solar
Yeah.
field is.
What do you
Okay,
do- what do
we
you do?
we oversee the maintenance of that field as far as the mowing of the entire solar
I
complex.
thought we hired people to mow.
We do. We're just overseeing it, that's all.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
$40,000 to mow that.
Right. Yeah, and we oversee like the lake management. Okay, we have a company that comes in and does our applications to the lakes to keep the lily pads down, to keep the algae down, and that's done in 4 of our lakes.
4 of our lakes? Just for the audience that's here, can you tell them our 4 lakes? We got Lake Riviera.
Yes, we have Brick Lake
We've got
Park.
Godfrey Lake.
Brick Lake Park, the upper and lower Lake Riv, and Godfrey Lake.
And I just have a few more questions yet. It says recreation regular salaries.
Excuse me, Councilman Fosman, but Dan Santinello is going to give the recreation presentation at an upcoming council meeting.
Oh, okay.
If I could just add to the landfill that Ken mentioned, the company that we've hired to mow the perimeter and the inside is one aspect of the maintenance. We have a company that the EPA has required us to send them out there once a year, and they come out with a report of the things that we have to maintain, some animal burrows that may impede the mesh, the cap. They come out with a pretty extensive list of lots of different maintenance work, and that's overseen by the Parks Department. So the mowing outside contractor is one, but the regular maintenance, which is significant, is done by the Parks Department. Thank you.
I know what this is for, but for the audience here, what is the water allocation permit for?
Right now, I believe we have 11 wells throughout the town, okay? In the eyes of DEP, that's considered one well, okay? For years, we've been under a restriction of only allowing to irrigate at 100,000 gallons a day, which only allows us 3 million a month. With getting this water allocation permit, we have now upped it from 3 million a month up to I think we're at 8.4 million a month we're allowed to use for irrigation purposes. Okay, this will allow us to keep our fields in much better shape. Okay, we are actually looking into some other avenues as far as our timers and things of that nature, so that we can keep better control of that. But we've been trying to get this for a long time, and we finally got it. And this has been a godsend to any of these sports organizations, because mostly like Bowling Field, Brickell Little League, Pinewood Park, these were all under our restrictions. Drum Point Sports Complex was all under our restrictions. And I give a lot of credit to Tommy Brower, who was our irrigation tech. And he oversaw all this for all these years, and we had to keep that at a minimal.
Okay.
So-
And one more question, that's all I have. And the synthetic field, why did we switch to a synthetic field? Because Now that we have the allocation permit, the grass, we just couldn't keep up with the grass, or?
Well, this was
From the use?
done 12 years ago. We did this because of the fact that the usage that we were having on these fields, especially the game field there, because of all the, sports, soccer, lacrosse, football, and everything like that, the wear and tear on this field, the children were playing in mud.
Right.
And it was very difficult to keep. There was no under drainage on these fields, okay? So two of the most important things with any kind of athletic field is getting the water on and getting the water off these fields, okay? We did not have that, okay? So this gave the children a better, safer playing surface.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I have for now.
Anyone else from council for the parks budget? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close council. I'm going to open the budget presentations to the public, and I just remind everyone that we are going to hold very strictly to the 5-minute limit. Mr. Foster, I saw your hand first.
Sam Foster, Roy Teagle Drive in Brick. I'll make this quick. Just first I want to say, in terms of budget in general terms in the departments, I want to say how my good experiences with them, and I want to make a specific point about the Brick Police Department. I had to file a complaint against someone for online harassment on Facebook, and Brick Police, I forgot the officer's name. I wish I had written it down, but I've written legal pad, but he was very helpful, extremely helpful, very knowledgeable, and he spent a lot of time with me tracking down proper statute to file against the individual who's now in Pennsylvania. It's very complicated. So I wish I could remember the officer's name, but he did a great job with me. And Joanne Bergen is, I'm sorry, Township Clerk Lynette, her office has been very helpful too. I apologize. I'm 58 years old, so my mind isn't what it used to be, so I apologize. I'm always getting people's names wrong. And Joanne Bergen is also very helpful too, so we have really good people in charge. And I just want to specifically single out the Brick Police. They did a great job. They're very polite. They're very helpful. Spent a lot of time with me, and I really do appreciate that. I've not been critical of them in the past, but I do want to point them out that they did a great job, and I'm very, very pleased with that. I do have a question about this is kind of like just from my personal knowledge, but the IT department, I spent a lot of years, 15 years in data processing. If you don't know the answer to this, that's okay, but what kind of software does the township use? Is it Windows, Linux, Apple, or it? I'm just curious from a standpoint of, security.
We use Microsoft Word Suite, we use Internet Explorer, we use a myriad of.
But, I mean, the operating system itself, those are the programs. If you don't know, don't worry about it.
I
Don't worry.
believe
Yeah.
we're on Windows.
Okay, yeah, just curious about that. And final thing is, I had a question about the buy and brick program was mentioned. And I just wanted to ask, I was checking online, and there was a posting there about an announcement of a new vendor added, or a business added to buy and brick, but it was Pine Belt Lakewood. And I wanted to know did we have, I don't know if that's been removed or not or changed, but I just wanted to know what the situation was as far as why we had a vendor listed in Lakewood when the program has been explained to me as being to promote businesses in brick, people to go to businesses in brick rather than other towns. Does anybody have an answer for that? Because people posted on the Facebook page of the township also, but no one got back to us about why we're promoting a business in Lakewood instead of brick businesses.
I'm going to guess it's probably in Brick, but with a Lakewood mailing address.
No, this is
I know
really
that the florist, that,
I can
and
answer.
that little place by the,
It's basically, there's two incentives. Obviously, it's the buy and brick is for the business part of it, but there's also a taxpayer savings part of it.
Okay.
So we had a lot of requests from residents who wanted to save on their taxes because cars are very expensive, obviously. So the higher, the more you're going to get off on your taxes as opposed to buying a sandwich somewhere for, you get 39 cents, you're going to get a big number.
Yeah.
So we went through car dealerships in Brick, nobody was interested. And
Yeah, we only had one, so, and they're out of business now, so.
Yeah, and Pine Belt was interested, but we waited until we wanted to see if somebody in Brick would do it. Once they didn't, we wanted to make the taxpayers happy, so we
Okay,
added them
yeah.
to the program.
Because I was just there today, they told me I need $1,600 worth of repairs on my car, so I'll probably get a good bunch of change back once I do that, once I come up with the money. But I just want to thank the department heads specifically, and the Public Works Department. I don't know if I mentioned them or not, but they've always been great as far as sanding and salting. I live in Birchwood Park and the intersections. Don't even have to listen to the weather report, because I know that when I see the intersections salted and sanded, we're going to have snow. They're really on top of things, they really are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Ms. Call?
Nan Call, 18 Greenbriar Boulevard. And I have several things that I would really like answers to, but I will concentrate on those which are elevating my blood pressure. And you may have to be on guard. I may need you to bring me to Jack Martin Boulevard to Brick Hospital. And prologue to my asking anything, I would like through the chair to direct a couple of questions directly to the attorney.
Mr. Starkey?
I tried to put in a couple of Oprah requests, and when I was putting them in, something went wrong with the system, and today I checked to see if there was an answer, and I didn't get anything. One of them had to do with wanting to see what the code was before 2006, when the entire code was rewritten. And to the best of my knowledge, that is when the 5-minute rule was codified. Before that, there was none. And tangent with that is, do I have reason to believe that any Oprah request is geared through you, that you have to give permission for the town clerk to answer it?
No.
No? So you didn't see anything like that?
The open requests don't come to me, they go to the township clerk's office.
Okay, because I heard that some meeting somewhere that was under your purview. So, I still say you quoted out of context. You were quoting from the way the township code is now, and it distinctly says that the entire code was rewritten in 2006. And I remember well, because one of the prime movers of doing that was, I think she was council president at the time, Ruth Ann Scatoro. So before that, I am 99 and 44/100% positive that there was no 5-minute rule. And again, through you, why are we having these presentations tonight? Isn't it because it is mandated to be done in public? The budget presentations, is it not mandated that it be done in public?
No, it's not required. What's required is the introduction of the budget and then a public hearing and the adoption of the budget.
Okay,
These
so
types-
let me put it this way so you know what I want to know. You have to present a budget in public, at which time we, the public, are supposed to have the right to question and to object to things that we don't think should be in the budget. And again, going back to the time when Ruth Ann Scatoro and Steve Acropolis was definitely mayor, and he fed us a bologna sandwich, hereinafter to be known as BS, which has gotten very rancid, about why we should have recycling picked up by the town in-house and not contract to have it done outside. It is much more expensive for us, the taxpayers, to be paying for salaries and ad infinitum for pensions and health benefits that many of us are having taken away during our years of retirement. You can check that out. I'll give you information on it. I think that should stop right now, and then you won't have to do the signs for the recycling, because we won't be responsible for it. I can see people are going to get up in arms, and again, I do object to the 5-minute rule. I have a big problem and question, and as soon as I can get my pressure under control and get 5 minutes to myself, I will check with the higher authorities throughout the state about buying brick. It is a discriminatory program. Not everybody is being able to take advantage of it, and I don't think it's legal. And there's much more, but I'll bring it up little by little at some point.
Thank you. Mr. Finelli.
Vic Finelli, Meadow Point Drive. Did you know that this is Sunshine Week? I'm not talking about daylight savings, by the way. Sunshine Week, open meetings, open records, all of that, National Sunshine Week. Just thought you should know that. I have a couple quick questions. Oh, Joanne, you're still here, good. Every year I make suggestions, all right?
You do.
Guess what?
What?
I got copies of the presentations.
I knew that.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, whoever. I thank my messenger who picked them up for me. One quick suggestion. When you get to administration, it says we are experiencing a slight increase in salary. I don't know if your slight increase and my slight increase is the same thing. So in the future, maybe could we give a little more detail about that? I think Mr. Fosman covered that. He covered a lot of my questions, but the one thing I didn't get an answer for was under human resources, I have 11% salary increase for 6 people. And I didn't hear the answer for that. You could tell me why 6 people's salary went up 11%? That's under human resources?
There was one part of that that I failed to mention, that they had a part-timer who went full-time. I just noticed that in my notes, and I failed to mention that to Councilman Fosman. So they have 6 full-time people, and the total budget, their total salary and wage budget for all 6 of them went up 11%. They didn't each get 11%
Okay.
salary increase.
So that was a part-time person coming full-time?
Correct. It's part of it, yes.
Okay. Aren't you glad I asked?
I am. Thank you for letting me
Okay.
clarify that.
All the way in the back, I'm moving through pages. The same question I had with the senior services. They had 6 people, and their salary went up 8.6%.
Right. Correct. There are no new hires. These are all, most of the employees, the seniors, have been there for a long time and continue to be in receiving longevity and step guide.
Longevity and step,
They
all at once?
receive longevity and/or they're in the step guide. We've since stopped doing that, but there are some people that were hired before we stopped doing that.
okay, so they grandfathered. You're off the hook, thank you. One question I had for the Parks Department. Mr. Fosman covered a lot of it. I was just questioning, our salary, wages, and operating budgets both decreased slightly this year based on whatever. Does that include the $525,000, or is that outside of that?
Oh, the $525,000 is outside of that. It is a capital budget request that the Parks Department has submitted to administration. We are still working on the capital budget.
Okay.
We have 22 million in requests and a budget of 8.5 million, so whether it makes it or not remains to be seen. They were simply talking about their goals for next year.
Okay. And last but not least, Public Works. Public Works? Smile. First of all, I always try to look for good things, and certainly solid waste, which I guess is the biggest part of that group, certainly have a good story to tell there. All right? The operating budget decreased 9.9%. Salaries went down, and I know they're hardworking people. They buzz up and down my street like they're on fire. So good job. My only question is, you talked about everything, but then when you got down to vehicle maintenance, you talked about everything they do, but nothing about
Cost.
budget. That is not one thing about budget in that particular 11 people. Is there a reason for that?
May have just been an oversight in the preparing of the report, but I'm happy to provide that information. So their overall salary and wage budget for the entire department of vehicle maintenance crew, which is 11, did we say?
Yeah,
11 folks. The totality of the salary and wage budget increased 7.2%, and their operating budget increased 0.6%.
7.2?
Correct.
My last question, and the mayor probably not going to like that I bring this up, but where did snow removal come into play in all of this last year's budget? Well, I should say the lack of snow removal. Is everybody doing good in budgets because we didn't have any snow to plow, or?
Well, it certainly does help our overtime.
Yeah, it helps the overtime, and it's also, we always go out of we do a snow trust fund, so we didn't have to dip into that for plowing,
Just carried over.
so it carries over as
So
opposed
is
to...
so is that in good, healthy shape right now? Because I didn't shovel once this year, and I'm not trying to, put the bad luck on us, but I didn't want to.
So we salted, we salted a few times, but we never had to bring the plows out, because
Okay.
we don't have it, we don't plow until there's 4 inches, and we never had that much snow in one fall.
So the fund is in good shape, and we're probably not going to have to put a lot more money into it this year?
Snow trust fund looks good, looks healthy.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else on the budget? Mr. Foster?
Sam Foster, 108 Chico Drive. Just wanted to make a quick comment. We went over that before in the past when regarding the Public Works private pickup of garbage pickup, and I remember this was a big issue in town. And I remember when there was a different administration, specifically I think Mayor Acropolis was in town, we had the referendum to increase our tax, to go above the 2% budget cap imposed by the state. And a lot of people mentioned that they did research it, and in order to get private garbage pickup, it would have been a lot more expensive rather than have it done through the town. So I remember I was in the room, there was just like a lot of arguments going on, but that's why, I'm very glad that we have our Public Works Department. Like I said, they do a great job, they really do. I mean, they have those automated trucks now, and I've seen times when the arm or whatever that thing is, drops the garbage can and it tips over, and I've seen the employees get out and straighten it up, and that's very nice of them, because, other towns I drive through, like, I'm not going to mention towns, I don't want to get, I'm in enough trouble with some people in here, so, but in other towns, it's like they're in the road, and they knock over the garbage can, the garbage and recyclables go over, and they just don't, they're on a, they just don't care, the quality of work is terrible, but our Public Works Department has always done a great job, and so I'm very grateful that we have them.
Thank you. Anyone else on the budget presentations? Okay, I'm going to close public on the budget presentations.
Excuse me, Council President, real quick.
Yes, Councilman Fosman.
Other people have walked in that want to talk about the ordinance.
I'm going to mention that right now.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on to the consent agenda, we have a lot of visitors in the room tonight, and some folks have come in after the meeting started, so I just want to talk about the regular order of business and explain the format. The consent agenda consists of a number of resolutions that are just fairly routine items of township business. There will be a public comment period at the end of the consent agenda, just on those resolutions only. Similarly, there will be a public comment period on the bill resolutions. Many of you are here tonight, and again, many came in after the meeting started when I announced this. Many of you are here tonight to specifically speak on the ordinance on second reading. If you would like to speak on that, that is the proposed ordinance to prohibit the sale, cultivation, manufacture, and testing of marijuana products in the Township of Brick. I'm going to ask that you please sign on the clipboard at the back of the room. Please print your name and the town where you live. It's a fairly standard practice in public meetings. It's not something we typically do here, but we typically, in all honesty, don't have a room this full. I want to make sure that everyone who wants to speak gets a chance to be heard. And on a very practical note, it allows me to call each speaker up by name, such as I did tonight with the speakers that I'm acquainted with in the room. It allows me to call everyone up respectfully by name rather than point and say, hey, you. So again, if you want to speak on the ordinance on second reading, please print your name on the clipboard in the back, and we will go through that when we get to that point in the agenda. Okay, Madam Clerk, consent agenda, please.
All matters listed under item consent agenda will be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. If discussion is desired on any item, this item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately.
Thank you. All right, Resolution 5-1.
Recognize Patrolman Christopher Demarco, Officer of the Year, recipient.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dio.
Yes, this resolution recognizes Patrolman Dan Fogarty as the recipient of the Patrolman Christopher DeMarco Officer of the Year Award. Officer Fogarty has been a dedicated member of the Brick Township Police Department since 2003, and along with his canine partner, Rebid, is an active member of the canine unit. He is also an instructor in ice rescue and a certified EMT. Officer Fogarty has served with the United States Coast Guard since 1999, currently at the rank of boatswain, mate, first class, and he regularly uses his experience to provide training and support for the Brick Township Police Department's Marine Unit. Every year, the Brick Township Police Benevolent Association Local 230 bestows this award to an officer who works and lives in the unique spirit of Patrolman Christopher DeMarco, one of brotherhood, commitment to the safety of the residents of Brick Township, and dedication to friends, family, and community.
Thank you. Resolution 5-2.
Recognize Lieutenant Thomas McNellis Award recipient.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dio.
This resolution recognizes Sergeant Jason Matthews as the recipient of the Lieutenant Thomas McNellis Award recipient. Sergeant Matthews has been a dedicated member of the Brick Township Police Department since 2003, after having served as a special police officer for 3 years. He was promoted to the rank of police sergeant in December 2012. Sergeant Matthews' ability as a skilled supervisor were called on numerous times during several high-risk incidents, which he helped to bring a successful outcome, including encounters with armed suspects, incidents in which gunshots were fired, and large disturbances. Sergeant Matthews is a longtime member and leader of the Brick Township Police Department CERT team, the Marine Unit Commander, and a highly trusted supervisor who exemplified the attributes that represent the McNellis Award. Every year, the Brick Township Police Benevolent Association bestows the Lieutenant Thomas McNellis Award to a member of the Brick Township Police Department in a supervisory or specialty role who has brought public acclaim to his or herself, the department, or the law enforcement profession.
Thank you. Resolution 5-3.
Authorize receipt of bids, manufacture and printing of tax bills.
Thank you. Ms. Bergen.
This resolution authorizes the receipt of bids for the manufacture and printing of tax bills. The current contract awarded to Vital Communications will expire on April 11, 2019. The township had an approximate expenditure of $23,100 for the current one-year contract period. The services included printing of estimated tax bills for the third quarter of 2018, printing of the 2018 final 2019 preliminary tax bills, and printing of post-tax year statements in January 2019.
Thank you. Resolution 5-4.
Authorize receipt of bids, purchase and delivery of 150-foot steel monopole for police communications.
Thank you. Councilman Howard, please.
Thank you, Council President. This resolution authorizes the receipt of bids for the purchase and delivery of a 150-foot tall steel monopole that will be installed at Drum Point Sports Complex as approved by the Township's Planning Board. The plan is to go out to bid separately for the construction once we receive the results from boring samples taken to provide us with the base specification needed to appropriate the bid for construction. The current emergency response communication system was designed in 2004 to 2005. Prior to the narrow banding mandate in 2012, that mandate resulted in a 50% decrease in our coverage area, so we have inadequate coverage east of Maniloking Road, including the Barrier Island. This new pole will allow us to saturate the coverage throughout town and beyond into communities that provide mutual aid.
Thank you. Resolution 5-5.
Authorize donation of miscellaneous Toro parts to County of Ocean.
Thank you. Council Vice President Crate.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the donation of surplus property to the County of Ocean. The Public Works Department currently owns miscellaneous Toro equipment parts which are no longer needed for public use. The county has expressed an interest in acquiring this equipment for their Parks Department. The surplus property are parts for a specific Toro motor that the township no longer has in its possession or plans to acquire in the near future as it no longer is being manufactured. The county still has this specific mower and will take the surplus parts for the sum of $1.
Thank you. Resolution 5-6.
Authorized donation of surplus items and acceptance of donation from Township of Toms River.
Thank you. Council Vice President Crate.
This resolution authorizes the donation of surplus supplies to the Township of Toms River and the acceptance of a donation from the township. Our DPW has a Dakota 440 top dresser that is no longer in use. Bayleaf Golf Municipal Golf Course, owned and operated by Toms River Township, has a useful need for this equipment. In turn, the golf course has a Jacobson 548 slice seeder tractor attachment that is no longer being used. Therefore, this resolution is requesting a trade, thereby benefiting both municipalities.
Thank you. Resolution 5-7.
Authorized change order number 1 and 2, Police Department locker room renovations.
Thank you. Councilwoman DeYoung, please.
This resolution authorizes change order number 1 and 2 for the alterations to the Brick Township Police Department locker room project. The first change order provides for a 4 foot or 4 inch? 4-inch precast concrete lintels in lieu of the steel lintels shown on the contract plans. This change was necessitated as the construction was underway and was not anticipated. The second change order authorizes for an increase in the amount of $3,488.35 to allow for the need to replace the 2 existing entrance doors. The original plans called for using these existing doors, but this was not possible. The total increased cost to furnish 2 new custom wood doors is $3,488.35.
Thank you. Resolution 5-8, please.
Authorized rejection of bids and authorized rebid Department of Public Works emergency diesel generator.
Mrs. Bergen.
This resolution authorizes the rejection of bids for the DPW emergency diesel generator project and authorization to rebid. On February 26th, the township received bids for this project. Notices were sent to 16 potential bidders. 9 contractors responded and 2 bids were received. VPV Electrical with a base bid of $439,725 and Meridian Property Systems with a base bid of $467,433. Both bids far exceeded the amount earmarked for this project. The original scope included refurbishing a diesel generator provided via donation from the U.S. Army. However, the cost to refurbish an older diesel generator far exceeds the cost to acquire a brand-new generator, and this resolution allows us to re-advertise the project based on the acquisition of a new generator, which is expected to cut the project cost in half.
Thank you. Resolution 5-9.
Authorize receipt of bids and authorize rebid for various Cdbg rehabilitation projects.
Thank you. Councilwoman DeYoung.
This resolution authorizes the receipt of bids for 4 single-family residential rehabilitation projects as funded through the Community Development Block Grant Program. In December, the township solicited bids for 2 of these projects and received no responses. Since then, we have acquired lists of qualified HUD contractors from Toms River and the County of Ocean. This expands the list of potential contractors, and we hope to receive more responses in this advertisement.
Thank you. Resolution 5-10, please.
Authorize receipt of bids, demolition of structures and secure property located at A, Block 4411, Lot 26, 308 Sloop Lane, B, Block 45.05, Lot 51, 221 Swan Beach Drive, Block 253.15, Lot 11, 30 Halsey Drive, Block 645.01, Lot 112, 314 Alden Street, Block 1399.24, Lot 95, 506 Nebraska Avenue.
Councilman Mamala.
This resolution authorized the receipt of bids for the demolition of these properties in accordance with the order from the Township Property Maintenance Board.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Resolution 5-11. At the time, when I open public comments on the resolution.
Authorize execution of shared services agreement between Township of Brick and the BTMUA.
Thank you. Councilman Mamala.
Thank you, Madam President. This resolution authorizes the execution of a shared service agreement between the Township of Brick and the Brick Township Municipal Utilities Authority for the replacement of the undersized water main on Dennis Drive and the Sullivan Road interconnect on Lorraine Place.
This agreement, the township will undertake the water main replacement on Dennis Drive in conjunction with the township's roadway improvements to Dennis Drive project, which the cost of the water main replacement paid by the MUA. The township has design plans and funds in place for paving, and as it is considered a high priority project based on the condition of the roadway, it makes sense to partner with the MUA to replace the undersized water main prior to the roadway reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 512.
Authorized special events permit, Emma Havens Young PTA Color Run.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the Emma Havens Young School PTA's request for a color run event from 4 to 6 p.m. on Tuesday, May 28th at the Drum Point Sports Complex. This is an annual event. Resolution 513.
Authorized special events permit, Battle at the Beach Lacrosse Tournament.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes a special event permit for the Battle at the Beach Youth Lacrosse Tournament from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, June 29th at the Drum Point Sports Complex. Resolution 514.
Authorize appointment of commissioners to the Housing Authority.
Thank you. Councilman Howard.
Thank you, Council President. This resolution authorizes the appointments to the Brick Township Housing Authority. Richard Dyer to a 5-year term expiring March 14th, 2024, and Beth Oliver for the unexpired term expiring on March 14th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 515, bond releases and reductions. Madam Clerk.
Yes, 515A is an inspection fund release for Cynthia Ann Kowalski on Route 35 North in the amount of $405.41. 515B is an inspection fund release for Riviera Beach Boat Club on Herbertsville Road in the amount of $63.28.
Thank you. Resolution 516.
Authorized denial of partial release of performance guarantees, New Visions Phase 4.
Thank you. This resolution authorizes the denial for a partial release of the performance guarantees for Nobility Crest / New Visions Phase 4. At the request of the applicant, our engineering department conducted an inspection of the site improvements to ascertain the status of the improvements by the performance guarantees. Brick Township ordinance requires as-built drawings to be submitted before the guarantee is considered for release. As each parcel release is applied for, as-built drawings of the bonded improvements shall be submitted to the township engineer. The as-built plans have not been submitted, and therefore no partial release can be approved. Resolution 517.
Authorized denial of partial release of performance guarantees, New Visions Phase 5.
Thank you. This is similar to the last one. This resolution authorizes the denial for a partial release of the performance guarantees for Nobility Crest New Visions Phase 5. Again, at the request of the applicant, our engineer conducted an inspection. The as-built drawings were not submitted as they should have been, and therefore no partial release can be approved. Resolution 518.
Tax collector?
Ms. Bergen.
Thank you. 18A, tax overpayments for 2019. There are two. 182 Courtshire Drive, Block 382.38, Lot 21, in the amount of $671.06. And 619 Monticello Drive, Block 167, Lot 1, in the amount of $1,445.07. 18B is a redemption of tax sale certificates. There are two. 1861 Route 88, Block 869, Lot 6, and 1855 Route 88, Block 869, Lot 26. 18C, there's a state tax appeal that's been granted for Block 119, Lot 39 at 28 Brentonian Drive in the amount of $623.25.
Thank you. Resolution 519.
Authorized waiver of the noise ordinance, Widener Construction Utility Work.
Thank you. Council Vice President Crate.
This resolution authorizes a waiver of the Township noise ordinance at the White Castle Restaurant located at 2778 Hooper Avenue. The contractor has requested permission to complete utility work during 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. for up to 3 nights between March 18th and March 29th, 2019.
Thank you. Open to council for questions. Councilman Fosman.
Thank you. Council President, if you want me to read one of these, I'll read one too, you know. But I have here is CME Associates. We went out to somebody, we have old generator at the DPW. that they were going to use, we got it from the Army. We already went out to bid. Now we have to pay the attorney, we have to pay, and now we're going out to rebid again to go for a new generator. Someone has to look at this more carefully to assess how much it would cost to put that old generator in. Now, the lowest bid we got was, I believe it was $439,000 just to rehook up an old generator. Here, they estimate the brand-new generator at $300,000. We have to be more careful of what we do and to save the cost of the attorney fees here, and also when we go out to bid, anything else, anybody else that's involved with it. And CME installed 3 huge generators at the DPW, so they should know better if the old generator wasn't even worth going out to bid for. You know, we got to be more careful about this stuff.
Councilwoman Zapsa, can I just point out as a point of reference that we did not send these bids over to our attorney for review, recognizing we were going to reject, so there are no attorney fees associated with the rejection of the bid and the re-advertisement. And the second point I'd like to make is that there were 2 factors at play here. One being the United States Army that has a track record of donating equipment to us that we do use and have used, and we are very fortunate to have. So we took it very seriously that they had donated this in the knowing that we did not have any generators at DPW, recognizing that that is our hub for storm events, and hoping that that would help us get that building generated. So we were trying to take advantage of a very generous donation from the United States Army. And secondly, we had a grant that we received from NJOEM, and the scope of work outlined in that grant was to retrofit that generator for use without the anticipation on our part before we engaged CME or any other firm in the estimated cost to refurbish that. It was a very unique project because it is a generator that comes from the Army, so it was a little difficult to get proper pricing estimated as to how far along we were going to go. But we did our due diligence based on those 2 reasons. One being the U.S. Army donated the equipment, and we have an NJOEM grant that we have since modified the scope in accordance with what we've outlined for you folks tonight.
And Council President, in this letter from CME Engineering, it says here, by a copy of this letter, we are requesting the Township Attorney prepare the necessary resolution for rejection of all bids. There's a cost there. And upon execution, please have 1 copy of the resolution forwarded to my office and for our files. So now he has to go out, and the attorney has to do it again. So it is twice they have to do it.
They recommended that, Councilman Fosman, but we didn't take that recommendation and forward it to Mr. Starkey. We did that in-house.
I have a letter right here from him.
The letter says that they're recommending we take action, but we did not take that action. We did the work in-house.
Whatever.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, I will open to public for comments on the resolutions only. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Walter Merwinski. I'm an attorney for Nicholas and Elizabeth Inilian, owners of the property. Well, technically, Elizabeth is the owner of the property at 308 Sloop Lane. The property was under contract for sale. The intent of the buyer was to demolish the property. For that reason, they held up on the repairs on the property. That sale, for all practical purposes, fell through. So their intention is to refurbish the property and do all the repairs. An engineering report was sent to Mr. Bauer in the back, and he forwarded that to Mr. Newman. And I just wanted to put on the record that that Elizabeth Inilian executed a power of attorney to Nicholas Inilian. So I think last time I couldn't be here and it proceeded anyway. And it was a question as to whether Mr. Inilian could represent Mrs. Inilian in terms of speaking before the council. So I wanted just to put on the record that he now has authority to represent her in the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the mortgagee for 221 Swan Beach Drive. And I'm just here to put my formal objection as to the demolition of the mortgage premises. The mortgagee did receive a judgment of foreclosure and will be proceeding to sheriff's sale. We don't have a date because we do know that Ocean County Sheriff's Department is giving us an estimate of about 8 to 10 months. But once we do have title, we expect to work with the Brick Township to make sure that all the repairs are done and whatever, whatever structures were in violation that were created by the prior owner are also taken care of. And so that's, I'm here for that reason.
Okay, thank you.
Council President, if I may just address...
Mr. Starkey?
Yes. I don't know if you're on these as well, but there have been 2 hearings on all of these properties before the Property Maintenance Board, which is the board set up to review the proposals such as you just made. It's here now to go out for bids to obtain contractors to put in bids for the work. This is not the end of the process. It would have to come back before the council again to award a bid if it came to that, and then we'd go back to the Property Maintenance Board. I would suggest to anyone who's here with interest in those properties, the next meeting of the Property Maintenance Board is April 17th. I can tell you this, there's not going to be demolition undertaken on the properties before that date. I would encourage you to go to that board. If you have a proposal, please present it to them, and if they'll, if it's acceptable to them, then, we won't proceed here, but this is a necessary step in the process.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'll be quick. My name is Jim DiMaggio. I'm with Ras Citron. I'm here on behalf of Nation Star Mortgage. Similar situation. I'm here on behalf of item addressed in 10D, the property located at 314 Alden Street. This property was acquired by Nation Star Mortgage, the sheriff's sale back in July. There was an order entered stating that there was a couple things wrong with the property. It wasn't followed as of the next hearing in December. There has been work orders which will correct all of the issues with the property, which could not, couldn't have been filled due to the weather, snow, the ground was frozen, but now that the weather's gotten a little bit nicer, the work is supposed to be completed this week, so I will be attending that hearing. I just wanted to put on the record here that we do object to the demolition of this property, and we hope that once the work is complete, that the order will be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Call?
Nan Call, 18 Greenbriar Boulevard. And again, I have serious issues with many of the things here. I don't believe everything should be included in a consent agenda. Nobody has ever exercised pulling it, as it says in the prologue to it. And it should have been, because people had things they wanted to know, more information about. I'm going to build on 510. I don't understand how the maintenance board, which is made up of ordinary owners, has such authority that they can put this on for such. I don't understand how we're demolishing structures when it hasn't been really noticed to the public and given a chance. The general public does not know anything about the Township Maintenance Board. I do, because I'm here, and this is why I'm here, because if I stay home and even watch it after the fact, I don't get the information that I feel I deserve. So I think that this is terrible. I've voiced my opinion in the past that on some of these, they were very minor amounts. And I think we, as a community, a family of communities, as was mentioned, we should be helping some of those people possibly. That we should have another means other than doing this and executing these serious allegations and charges. I had, you've met my friend, rookie, Walter Proxima. He received the French Legion of Honor Medal, and he more recently received the highest award for an MP in the Army for his actions in World War II. And he lives in my neighborhood, and he and I have been friends since he first moved into his house. Well, actually, he and his late wife, Claire, the beautiful Claire, I call her, and my late husband, St. Patrick. Yes, you listening? Right, I know, it's your birthday Sunday. That makes you St. Patrick. So, I think he was going to have an article printed in a Catholic publication about Catholic charities and how when he couldn't get any help from the Department of Public Works about getting a TV out of his house, he's now 95 years old, by the way, that he called Catholic charities, and they said, no problem, Mr. Proxima. They didn't call him Walter. He's not Catholic. But he wrote a letter, and one of the Catholic publications was going to be printing an article honoring, acknowledging what he thought about Catholic charities. They came, they took care of it for that older man, and there were other people that needed help, and they didn't get it because they didn't know to go to there. So neither do these people, and this is wrong. Let us find a way as a community to do it, to clean it up maybe like you do beaches. But I also want more information on, let me see, where is it? Which number I had it circled? Oh, 514. You mentioned you're appointing commissioners to the Housing Authority. You mentioned 2 names. Did you have no other people interested in that position? I know the mayor put out requesting resumes. Did you only get 2?
We got a lot of resumes, we chose the best.
Well, then I think you should tell us all the resumes that you got, the names. No, of course. Oh, yes, I know I was on it. I put it in. But I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about everyone who put one in deserved to be mentioned, and more important, why did you pick the 2 people you picked? Oh, probably cronyism.
Mr. Finelli. Yes.
Your happy face.
Proceed, Mr. Finelli.
Okay, just one item, item 10. Number one, I'm glad to see you're acting on these properties. When I say these, I don't mean these 5 in particular, I mean the properties in the township that are in bad condition. I have 4 questions. You want them all at once? Number
Please.
1, what does it mean when it says secure the property? Number 2, how many more of these do we have? Rough number, doesn't have to be exact. Number 3, are most of these properties, some or none, paying taxes all along? And number 4, when and if the township can actually take over ownership of these properties, sell them, make a profit, get their liens done, and then have them back on the tax rolls?
Please,
I don't
Ms.
care
Bergen.
who answers.
So, thank you, Mr. Finelli, for your questions. So, just in an effort of full disclosure, I'll report that I have been appointed by the town to serve on the Property Maintenance Board. So has Mr. Brill, who I see in the audience. So, I have a unique perspective on my answers, which is the amount of
Okay,
time
and we
that-
covered this months
that I've
ago
spent.
when all the
Okay,
people were
sorry.
complaining about them.
Okay, so secure the property. What that means is if there are doors that are not secure, windows that are left open, fences to the backyard where there may be a pool or wet areas.
This
there-
is all before it's knocked down?
Yes, so we insist that properties are secure while this process is underway, because
Okay.
a lot could happen in the several months that it takes. So for a house to get to a property maintenance board, there has been significant effort by the township to work with who's ever listed as the owner, the bank, an LLC, a person, and say, what is your plan for this property? Because the neighbors have run out of patience a lot, living next to, basically abandoned houses.
You
So-
answered the first part, but just
Okay.
let me interject. Once you demolition, it's just an empty lot, there's no fence around it or anything.
That is correct. We, have safety fence around during the demolition, but no, when it's done, it's also cleared and regraded, so it's left as a vacant parcel.
So we have to come in and mow the weeds.
Well, for the most part, it's much more sellable when it's a vacant parcel, so that brings it to the point of moving to somebody who intends to do something with the property. In all of the years that I've been on the property maintenance board or involved in the property maintenance board before my appointment, which is all the years that I've been here, we have actually demolished one house. We find that this process is extraordinarily necessary to keep action going forward so that the property is addressed by the rightful owner. That is always our desire, that is always our goal. We have a grant program that we have access to demolish the one property that we did. We were fully reimbursed for that. But the rightful owner, when they come in and have to pay that lien, they're paying what we pay, which is prevailing wage rates. So it's much cheaper for the people to take care of these properties on their own. And if they appear before us several times and the property maintenance board places orders of things that they want to see done, if they're back before us, it's because those things haven't been done. So to answer your question, the number of properties we have is a very fluid number. The board meets once a month. There's about 6, and Mr. Bill, if you'd like to speak in the public portion as a member, you're more than welcome to do that because you're a wonderful part of the board. There's about 6 or 7 properties on each agenda, and the agendas take about 3 or 4 hours to go through because we take
Rough amount
a lot
total,
of time.
25, 50,
I
100?
would say, about 25 properties
Okay.
is a good number. The taxes are generally being paid, and there's a separate program that the mayor might like to talk about where we have vacant and abandoned property, and we have nobody engaged in wanting to prevent the house from being demolished, wanting to get value from the property that, through our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we may look to acquire and place proper deed restrictions on and rehab and bring that into our fold of affordable housing units that we have throughout town in many different types of neighborhoods as opposed to one building that's just for affordable housing. So in these properties, no, because there's people that are engaged that pay off the lien and have plans for the property, but in other programs, we are looking to do that.
Most of these houses damaged from Sandy?
Some yes, some no.
That's like 5, 6 years ago?
Some yes, some no.
Okay. What I learned tonight, if you want to get action on these things, put them on the list for demolition. Wow, look at the response you got.
Well said, Mr. Finelli, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the resolutions?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Catherine Huck from Brick, New Jersey. I'm here to speak about number 10 in regards to the structure. What do you mean by structure? Does that also include bulkheads? If it's in the backyard of a property, it's not considered a structure of a house?
No, it's not.
So if a house is abandoned and they have a bulkhead that is collapsing into waterways, putting a safety concern on anybody that comes down the waterway, it is a public road, public street, public access, how do you present that and include that then here on the structure or a property location?
Well, we don't include that here.
Okay.
So what we do have is we have fixed at least one on the barrier island, if you can remember the address. It was on Sloop at the tip? Dory Lane. So our engineering department will go out and we, as is the case with the structures, bulkheads is the same scenario where ultimately it is in everyone's best interest that the rightful owner take responsibility and make the repairs. We do have a system in place and we have done more than one bulkhead, but that's one that really stands out because it was putting, the neighboring properties at risk. So we do have a program separate from the Property Maintenance Board where engineering will go out if it is something that, and we have to go through the same level of notice and outreach and proper notification to whoever may have any sort of ownership stake in that property about the bulkhead. to be heard before we spend public dollars at prevailing wage rates on something that they're going to have to reimburse us for. If we don't hear from them, there's no action. We have gone through a program, and we continue the program. It's all dependent upon our capital budget each year and how much we put aside for the repair of privately owned bulkheads.
Okay, now if the engineer has come out to the property and claimed it's okay, but now the waterway is now 8 feet from the bulkhead filled with sand and mud and dirt from this property, that's going into township waterways. How do we address that?
So, is it safe for me to assume that our engineering department has gone out and
Correct.
determined that it's not an urgent need for us to make that repair?
Supposedly, yes.
Okay, so that's really a better dialogue to have with our township engineer as opposed to me trying to answer for her response. But we look at the immediate properties and the risk of them declining into the waterway because of the failing bulkhead. We don't necessarily look at what's happening in the waterway because of the bulkhead.
The waterway that is part of Brick Township and we pay taxes for,
It's
and it's a
technically
public waterway?
It's technically the state of New Jersey.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on the resolutions?
Council President, I do have two more questions.
Yes, Councilman Fosman.
One is, are those abandoned homes, is that list available to the public?
Property list is available to the public, yes.
Yes, it is? Okay. And the second one is, on these appointments to the Housing Authority, are these open spots, or who was in them before?
Mayor?
Yeah.
There was one resignation because she moved out of Brick. It was Samantha Anoki, something like that. And Anoiki, something like that. Anochi. I don't know how to say it. And then the other one's just a reappointment.
The other one was what?
A reappointment.
A reappointment, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion and a second to move the consent agenda?
Motion.
Motion by Council Vice President Crate, seconded by Councilman Mumolo. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mumolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, bill resolution.
Be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Brick that the following bills be paid, and that the mayor and clerk be and are hereby authorized to draw orders on the treasurer for the amounts of the same. Computer bill resolution in the amount of $985,138.81.
Thank you. Open to council. Councilman Fosman.
Thank you, Council President. On page 2, we have Traders Cove Marina. It says here that it's for dredging there. It's $3,890. I understand we are, it's is that on the permit, the cost of the permit continuing? Or is that actual dredging we're doing?
Can you ask all your questions and then we'll answer them in order, please?
Okay. Also, on the same page, page 2, Greenbriar Lake, I see we spent $4,000 on a culvert pipe. I don't know what that is. Page 4, Bank of America. It says DEP permit, Laurelton Gardens. I'd like to know what that is. Page 5, gift certificate drawing for the Berry Fresh Market. That gift certificate, it says Shade Tree Commission. If we're giving away a gift, the township is giving away a gift, do we need a permit for that? Or how does that work? And, let's see, page 10, Dash Mechanical. It's call for no heat. We paid the bill, and I thought the equipment there was still under warranty. Councilwoman DeYoung, Can you please be quiet while I'm doing this? Put your mic on so everybody can hear what you're saying.
Please continue, Councilman Fosman.
I'm not asking you. Page 24. The food, it says Food Town redevelopment. It's a project that says $168. And by the way, since it's Scott Bauman's on there, and we are closing on a property, or we're receiving that money pretty soon, what's it, millions of dollars we're supposed to get on the sale of that. Page 31. Coughlin, Michelin, labor matters, disciplinary matters. What is that? What disciplinary matters that's about? Page 34. Firing range fabrication. I thought we already completed the firing range a while ago. We have another $15,000 there. I want to know what that's for. Standard Alternative, LLC, we paid them $47,000. What is the rate we have for that solar for 18 and going into 19? What was the rate on 2018, and what's the rate for 2019 because of the increase? Reusable, farmers, page 38. Farmers market bags, I know we use that as a tourism thing, but I thought we were using reusable shopping bags with the recycling logo on it to inform the public about recycling, and that would give us, instead of buying the farmers market bags, use those bags. I believe we have 4,000 of those bags at Public Works, so instead of spending that $869, maybe we should use that, and that's all I have.
Thank you. So, ARH, the packet I emailed you following the last meeting, Councilman Fosman, showed the purchase order to ARH for $24,800. So the bill on page 2 is a drawdown based on that. The scope of work includes the updated marina survey, the dredging plans, the NJDEP individual waterfront development permit, U.S. Army Corps permit, Ocean County soil erosion permit. The Greenbriar Lake...
Excuse me, Joanne. On that there, you had a meeting on deficiencies on the permits for ARH. You had a meeting, I believe it was 2 weeks ago or so, and why are we paying them again? When we do permits, we're paying them again because they had deficiencies. When we hire a professional to do a job, they should do the job and not recharge us again because they made a mistake. Taxpayers pay that bill.
The scope of work remains the same regardless of the deficiency letter. So the DEP, we were expecting to get a letter that told us that our application required additional information. In the DEP world, that's technically called a deficiency letter. We intentionally did not submit samples or surveys because we wanted them to come out to take a look at the pile. I mentioned to you that they were going to be coming a few days after we saw you here in Town Hall, and we submitted our packet, which they reviewed and then came out and did the site visit. At the site visit, it was determined they wanted to see the pile, they wanted to go to DPW and see that pile, they wanted to go to Traders Cove Marina and see, obviously see the marina and the process. So as a result of that site visit, they indicated to us in writing exactly what level of testing we would have to do. So we did not go ahead with testing, making assumptions on what they would want to be tested. We chose to instead submit the application knowing we would have to do that follow-up work, but preferring to get the letter and then the site visit and then do the work accordingly. So we are not paying any more than the original scope of services for ARH. That was, in our mind, an anticipated part of the process. It's what unfortunately, it's called a deficiency letter and may give the impression that we did not do our due diligence. Should I answer?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So the Greenbriar Lake, we are assisting the Greenbriar community because the road that we are responsible for failed following the August rain event. The road is over a culvert and a dam that is owned by the association, so it was not, wasn't feasible for us to bifurcate the road from the dam and the culvert beneath. They were tied together as one, not a mechanism, but as basically as one project. What we had dam safety come out and advise this has to be done and it has to be done yesterday, and the township had to take the lead on that because we own the road, and the road has basically been shut and impassable and is continuing to degrade from the August rain event till very recently. We went ahead and did the work. We went ahead and did it as an emergency work order based on the state telling us it was an emergency, and we are the bill that you asked about was for that work, and the Greenbriar Association is submitting an insurance claim for the dam and the culvert, and we will be receiving the check directly from the association when that is received.
And 2 weeks ago, I asked about the report for Greenbriar 1 from the engineers. It's been 6 months. They were supposed to give us a report to say what happened in that rain event. Have we received that yet?
I met with the county last week, and they said it's not prepared yet. They're still, they had an original, like a preliminary report, and it didn't have the scope large enough. So the county said before they release anything, they want to get the entirety of the scope, and we're waiting for their engineer to complete it.
Does this pipe have anything to do with that rain event? That it does, right? This pipe right here that was replaced?
It was damaged in the rain event, yeah.
Or was it damaged before the rain event? No one knows?
Well, I'm sure it was aging and in need of some level of enhanced maintenance or maybe some repairs, but the rain event is what destroyed the road, and that certainly impacted the culvert and the pipe.
Thank you.
Laurelton Gardens. So we are, as we do with many projects, for example, the dredging projects that we looked at, that we have looked at doing in some of our small communities, we take the lead on the permit because the permitting agencies want the township to put in for the permits for a certain project. Laurelton Gardens is doing a stream cleaning project, and they came to us and asked us to take the lead on the permit because that is what the state advised them to do. So we are taking the lead on that permit for Laurelton Gardens so that the stream cleaning can take place.
So Laurelton Garden Apartment Complex, we're paying for the permit. That's a private entity? Or is that our responsibility?
The responsibility of the stream is, they have some responsibility for it. We have responsibility for the stormwater system in the town. The state has responsibility for some of our waterways. So in this case, the state wanted us to take the lead on the permit, and that's exactly what we're doing. The shade
Do we have a
tree-
letter from the state from that, saying that we should take the lead on this? Any kind of confirmation?
I don't recall. I don't recall seeing one. I recall being part of conversations about doing that. But we've taken the lead on permits for other similar types of projects in the past. Like the culvert, the Greenbriar culvert, yes. The
Okay.
shade, should I go on?
Yeah, well, if you have, we did it in the past. If you have a letter that they recommended us taking the lead on it in the past, I'd like to see that too.
If I come across a letter, I'd be happy to send it to you, but I think
Or
I
do you have
mentioned.
a person of contact I can call? Person you spoke to?
I would be happy to
All
look
right.
something up for you.
I'll send you an email on that one.
Shade Tree Commission, as far as I know, they have been giving something away at the Green Fair. I'm not aware that we need a permit to give something away at the Green Fair. Dash Mechanical, no heat for Traders Cove Marina. The belt within the pump needed to be replaced. Our maintenance supervisor checked the warranty, and the pump was not part of the warranty, so that is why we fixed that no heat situation. The Food Town redevelopment bill from McManaman, Scotland, Bauman. We have not closed on the property, as you know, and when we close on the property, the agreements do stipulate that legal fees would be reimbursed.
Okay, and also on that property, would we, if we get all those millions of dollars, will we be able to put that into the township to use it this year?
Not this year, no.
No, we'd be able to use it next year.
Yes.
Which one are we on now?
In the inquiry regarding Renown Conchel Michello labor matters, we do not talk about the disciplinary matters publicly.
Oh.
34.
Are we having a lot of problems in town with disciplinary? I've seen it on other bills too. I mean, is stuff going wrong here, or?
Well, we have 440 full-time employees and another couple hundred part-time, so if we have spent $3,798 in this 1 month on labor matters.
Just out of curiosity, to call in an attorney for disciplinary matters, we handle certain matters in-house. We don't have to have an attorney there, right? It's only on
And we
important things?
regularly don't have an attorney there. There are times when we are doing a settlement agreement that we would like to have reviewed by the attorney. I can't recall the last time we had a labor attorney present for a disciplinary matter.
Thank you.
But if we have a bargaining unit that brings an attorney, then we do bring our attorney as well.
34?
Savage range systems for the firing range, now that it's been in use and functional, our police department requested a modification to the range, and this is supporting that modification based on their use. The standard alternative, I will get you the rate. As you know, this particular bill on this invoice is not reflective of an increase in any rate. This is the invoice that we pay to standard alternative every month for the solar power. But I would be happy to get you the rate for 2018
I
and 19.
appreciate that. If you could just email the, for 18 and 19, I appreciate it.
Yes, so the detailed email I sent you was up through 2018.
Okay, but give me 19 would be good. Thank you.
Okay. And I think that's responds to all the questions.
Well, 38 was the reusable shopping bags that we have at Public Works, and we're ordering farmers market bags.
Right. I don't know that that's a question for me, though, Councilman Fosman.
Well, who could answer it?
They're buying the bags. The tourism is choosing
Yeah.
to spend the money on the farmers market bags. We do continue to hand out the reusable bags at all kinds of functions and events, including the farmers market. So those bags certainly will not go to waste.
Thank you.
Anyone else from council?
Madam President,
Yes, Council.
I'd like to thank our council secretary. What the bills that we're going over right now is a computer bill resolution. This is given to us on Wednesday prior to the meeting on Tuesday. So we have Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, even the weekend. Miss Bergen is available for us to ask questions. All of us ask questions. That's why you don't see all of us showboating up here this evening. We've asked our questions, got our answers. So I just want to get that clear, everybody. Thank
Council
you.
President, I'd just like to let everybody know that I want the public to see what bills we pay and what we do here. You question things, you ask questions, and that's what I do. And I want you to realize that I work for the public here. I don't go behind closed doors and do things and don't say nothing. I work for the people.
They were outburst again, they should be removed.
Closed council, motion and a second, please.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, seconded by Council Vice President Crate.
Can we still
Open
have
to-
those people removed if they continue to disturb the session?
I'd like to see that if it happens again. It's out of control.
Open to public for questions on the bill resolution. Seeing none, close public. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Abstain CME, yes to the rest.
Councilman Mummolo.
Abstain Meridian Occupational Health, yes to the rest.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
521, the manual bill resolution.
Oh, okay, I'm totally off track here, thank you. Yes, manual bill resolution?
Be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Brick that the following bills be paid, and that the mayor and clerk be and are hereby authorized to draw orders on the treasurer for the amounts of the same. Manual bill resolution in the amount of $1,814,185.72.
Thank you. Open to council? Seeing none, motion and a second?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mummolo, second by Council Vice President Crate. Open to public on the manual bill resolution. Seeing none, close public. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mummolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item 6.1, ordinance on first reading. There is no public hearing on first reading. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance of the Township of Brick, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, amending the Township Code of the Township of Brick, Article 36, signs to delete Section 245-313C.
Thank you. Councilman Mummolo?
Thank you, Madam President. The sunset provision of the Township ordinance regulating the use of flags, streamers, and no more than 2 feathered flags expired on December 31st, 2018. The general regulations state that the use of these flags, streamers, and no more than 2 feathered flags with a maximum height of 10 feet is prohibited other than for a period of 60 days from the date of opening a new establishment or for the closing of an established business. Additional flags, streamers, and no more than 2 feathered flags with a height of 10 feet shall be allowed 4 times a year, thereafter for a period not to exceed 10 consecutive days, provided that a minimum of 30 calendar days has lapsed between promotional campaigns and a permit has been obtained from the township, along with a $30 fee. Land Use Committee recommended this amendment be to remove the sunset provision and make this ordinance that does not expire or need to be renewed.
Thank you. Motion and a second?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Crate, second by Councilman Halloran. Open to council?
Yes, Council President.
Yes, Councilman Fosman.
Thank you. Was there a $30 fee before?
Yes.
It was?
Councilman Mummolo?
Was there a $30 fee
Yes, there
before?
was.
All right. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Close council. Roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
Yes.
Councilwoman DeYoung.
Yes.
Councilman Mummolo.
Yes.
Councilman Halloran.
Yes.
Vice President Crate.
Yes.
President Zapsik.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're now going to move on to ordinances on second reading. We made a couple of announcements. We're at the top of the meeting, went halfway through. Then anyone who would like to speak on this ordinance, to please sign the clipboard at the back. I'm going to ask one of the officers if you would kindly bring that forward, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Before we begin, I'd like to make something very clear because obviously we're not off to a good start. There are a lot of divergent opinions on the topic of marijuana legalization, and marijuana sales. Everyone has a right to their opinion, regardless of whatever means it was formed by. Likewise, everyone who would like to speak tonight has a right to do so without intimidation or harassment. Each speaker who comes to the microphone will be treated with dignity and respect by this council, and we expect everyone in this room to behave the same way. Therefore, there is to be no applause, cheering, or calling out from the audience. Furthermore, in accordance with the Administrative Code of the Township of Brick, no speaker shall engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks, nor conduct themselves in a boisterous manner. Anyone who disparages another speaker or their opinion will forfeit their time at the microphone and be asked to sit down. And again, as a reminder, we are going to hold closely to the 5-minute rule. If you hear the bell go off and you're still speaking, please finish your thought and sit down so that the next speaker might come forward.
We have to read it. I would like to read the title into the record, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
An ordinance of the Township of Brick, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, creating a new Chapter 340 of the Township Code entitled Recreational Marijuana to ban the sale, cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of recreational marijuana within the Township of Brick.
Thank you. This ordinance prohibits the retail sale, cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of marijuana products for recreational use within the boundaries of the Township of Brick. Once approved, the operation of marijuana retail establishments, marijuana cultivation facilities, marijuana product manufacturing facilities, and marijuana testing facilities are hereby prohibited throughout the township. This ordinance is being presented by the recommendation of the Council's Land Use Committee. The motion and a second, please.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Mumolo, seconded by Council Vice President Crate. I will now open to the hearing to the public. Richard Gross.
My name is Richard Gross. I live at Greenbriar 2, which is an adult community. And also, you'll recognize that I am an adult. And in so doing, we all have aches and pains. And recently, I went to my doctor with some aches and pains. And I asked the doctor about marijuana. And he shrugged his hold, and he said, we're better off giving you a script and taking it to a drugstore than forcing or putting a plant marijuana on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. Jacob Novak.
This town hall is the second of its kind to me. February of 2018, Tom's River was doing the same exact thing. And I go all over the county because I'm the Green Party's Ocean County chair in the state council. And it's gotten really personal because I recognize that something like this is normal. And what I mean by that is that the decades-old movement known as reefer madness really was the government infiltrating every household. So the most effective enforcers of anti-marijuana stuff would be the parents or the authorities of the household. So it being such commonplace, it's not weird that we're having this meeting. What's also normal is my grandmother being diagnosed with ALS, and then her having been conditioned for 60 years to hate marijuana, so she lived and died in agony because she refused other alternative medicine. And my grandpa, like her husband, he had lung cancer, and he was given OxyContin instead. And it was not fun watching his final months in that daze. And I know those were high school kids earlier, right? Everyone was in green. My graduating class was not full. Over the course of the high school career, drugs did slip in, and some of them just weren't alive to get their high school diploma. But that's another normal thing. It's not on shelves. Instead of it's in the streets being laced with heroin and God knows else what. K2 was another big one. And seeing all those, they were given the certificates are really being honored. They're being honored during this meeting, and I can imagine I won't see some of them again, as well as you.
and a high school diploma and a death certificate are both made of paper, but one's more heavy than the other, really. So I hope you take this to heart that I'd rather see marijuana on a CVS shelf than in a grimy bag with, just drug dealers running around. Yes, that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I owe you an apology. I did not give the towns. Mr. Gross is from Brick, Mr. Novak is from Manahawkin. I'll make sure I read them from now on. Marcel Diaz, Brick Township.
Good evening. I was reading the ordinance, excuse me. I was reading the ordinance and I noticed that on the ordinance, it read, to ban the sale, cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of recreational marijuana within the Township of Brick. Didn't mention anything about medical cultivation. Is there a reason for that?
Mr. Starkey?
It doesn't.
This ordinance addresses only recreational marijuana uses. It does not address medical marijuana at all.
Right. So how is that going to be policed?
I'm sorry, how's it going to be?
Yeah. So how would you know that a facility is manufacturing, cultivating the marijuana is being strictly sold for medicinal?
Yeah, that's a good question. They require, the cultivation facilities require a license from the state, and what this ordinance does is it tracks the terms and categories in pending legislation by the state that's intended to give approval for the cultivation of marijuana for recreational uses. That's why we've adopted it in our ordinance. It's a fair question as to how the state is going to authorize that, but the recreational cultivation is being banned at the township level to track what the state is going to be doing.
Right. So once the government legalizes recreational use, right, they will also allow the medical marijuana dispensaries to sell recreational. So once again, how is that going to be policed?
We are just focused tonight here in this ordinance on recreational uses of marijuana, not medical.
Right, but that you're banning cultivation. When it goes recreational, right, how are you going to be able to police that?
You've asked a good question, and I'll tell you what the answer I think is going to be is that if the state legislation is adopted, and I think that's a big if, but if it's adopted, the legislation contemplates a committee set up to establish rules and regulations. Nobody knows what those are going to be yet. And one of those is going to be to distinguish how that licensing process is done, how they distinguish between medical and recreational. It may be that this council has to take further action to address the concerns you're raising now, but this ordinance right now is intended to address recreational only.
Well, I think that's something that, you guys should take into account, because when it does flip over, how are we going to protect ourselves for that? As residents, I'm concerned. I live within 200 feet of a proposed dispensary in Brick, and if you asked me about 6 months ago, I would have answered that it really didn't bother me. I wasn't exactly sure how I felt about recreational, but being a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, I understand the benefits of cannabis and CBD oils to those that need it. 6 or 7 months ago, I would have felt that way. Today, I'm for this ban of recreational marijuana, and this is why. What I don't understand is why, in the eyes of the pro-activists, I'm labeled as less of a human, or not caring for the sick, or don't care about kids, or my veteran status is questioned. My wife called the C word leaving the hearing here 2 weeks ago. What I don't understand is why it's necessary to be attacked time and time again when I oppose the location where they want to place it. That to me doesn't make sense. You all have seen the video. I've sent it to every single one of you. What I don't understand is the lies perpetuated that cannabis is curing cancer. Lies of cannabis not being habit-forming or addicting. lies that you can drive better under the influence of a Schedule I drug, lies and deceit from those not only driving under the influence, but also buying the medicinal marijuana so they could put the black market weed inside of the packaging, so not to be harassed by police. What I don't understand is the police not being properly trained. Time after time, watching police being pushed back on their heels when they're facing a medical marijuana card and a camera, not knowing what to say or how to enforce the laws that are in place. What I don't understand is why out-of-town residents that don't pay taxes or contribute to the towns have the need to tell me what is good for my neighborhood, what is good for my family, and what I should be tolerant to while they harass and call my wife and I names as I walk out of a hearing. Only to be triggered into an altercation so they can capture that on video and use it against me. What I don't understand is why getting off of one drug by using another drug is a good thing when the dependency is still there. Why not just get off of the dependency altogether? I know it's tough. What I don't understand is being called an opioid user or an alcoholic because I'm against the program. And I'm for the band, and I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lefty Grimes Bale.
Good evening. My name is Lefty Grimes from Bayonne. I have some housekeeping here first about the wheelchair access. I represent 50,000 medical cannabis patients and sick and disabled people. And I do wheelchair videos all over New Jersey about the horrible access we have. And you got some issues here in this building. If you have a fire in this building and someone's in a wheelchair, that whole side of the building is inaccessible. So you have to do like the tuckered and toss and throw someone out down the steps in that case. People in wheelchairs need to be treated better and have more options, because if there's a fire, just think about that. If you're in a wheelchair, somebody has to be responsible. Maybe the cops have to think about how you're going to get someone out of here in a wheelchair. That's a big issue. Now, the cops here do a great job, but your security system, I've also seen a problem with that. You have I don't feel safe right now, because I've been all over the state with that wheelchair. I've been to council meetings, I've been to the State House, I've been to Superior Court, and if I was a terrorist, I could have a weaponized wheelchair right now. They would not be, believe me, it's not, it's safe. But I could be a terrorist, and there could be a weapon in there. What are we going to do about that? I see this problem. And that's an issue, because what are we going to do? Take a cancer patient out of the chair and search it? Or a 95-year-old woman, or somebody with a colostomy bag and pull them out of their chair? We have to think about what we're going to do about wheelchairs and security, because I don't feel safe now. I didn't feel safe going through there. You didn't take nobody's shoes off, nothing like that, and that's just my housekeeping. I want you to keep an eye on Point Pleasant Beach. Mayor Reed is going to lose his job very soon because he took money from RAMP. Follow the story. Because of the work of these wonderful activists here, Mayor Reed is going to lose his job. Mary Pat Angelini is next. She's going to lose her job because she took the RAMP money. I hope that none of you guys took the RAMP money to push this agenda. It's not going to be pretty, because let me tell you something. You're going to run out of RAMP money before these activists run out of heart. These are the sick and dying of New Jersey, and they came here to fight. These people, Jeff came to a council meeting with a chemo bag strapped to him. He's got cancer. They're taking out a piece of his liver in a couple of weeks. And he has inspired me not to take opiates after my surgery. I had 2-level fusion on my neck, January 15th. I took 0 opiates. I used a cannabis suppository, and I took 0 opiates. 0. That's unheard of. That's a miracle from God, because I went to my pastor before that, and he blessed me. He blessed me. And I'm working for him now. I'm his sound man. And I'm working for God now, and I think you should try it too. Good benefits. In Avalon, we just had a victory in Avalon. We went down to Avalon. And there's some good Christians down there, because we went down there. I said, I'm not here for recreational. I'm here for medical. I'm here to support the people that need it. It's in the Bible, what you do to the sick people, you do to God. And Avalon, because they're Christian, they took that ordinance out, and they took the medical ban out. And it's just a recreational ban now. I got no problem with that. You got to take care of the sick and the dying. I got no problem with that. I advocate for cops. I got this PBA card because I help cops, because the union does not do this. There is such a stigma on cannabis that the unions do not support a cop who uses cannabis under a doctor's order. They will lose their job if they use cannabis under a doctor's order. But they can use fentanyl, they can use OxyContin, they can use Xanax, all these dangerous drugs they can use. But if they use cannabis, the stigma, they will lose their job. Their unions won't do anything about it. The chief will not do anything about it. The chiefs will not touch this issue. And that's unfair. You guys have to do something about this. Support your police. Because these guys need options. They're being victimized just like we are with the big pharma, with all these drugs that they're being pushed on. They're killing themselves, cops are killing themselves just as much as veterans are. And they need cannabis. And that's really all I have to say. And I did speak to Alex before about the last time we were here. That was pretty ugly. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, forgive me if I mispronounce, Mike Vinceleos, Brick Township? Did I do okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Close enough?
I'm used to getting it mispronounced.
Okay.
That doesn't break my heart. Good evening. Well, let me think, where do I want to start here? I'll start with, well,
No, that's not you.
okay.
You're okay.
Poor guy.
Well, maybe I'll address the trading one drug for another thing, so maybe I'll start with that. Yeah, I use medical cannabis. I'm a medical marijuana patient in New Jersey. I struggled many years through addiction. It started where I was getting prescribed pills from a doctor for pain issues, and the doctor was overprescribing, and the doctor actually wound up getting cut off, not me. They were overprescribing, and what it led me to do was purchase pills off the street, and then it led to heroin because it was cheaper. The similar stories you probably have heard. Started dabbling in the heroin, and it was a horrible existence. Tried to get clean many different times. When I was off heroin, I was on the methadone clinic. The methadone clinic was the worst existence. I was on 130 milligrams, and I didn't want to be on it anymore. I had went to my counselor there, and I explained to them that I didn't like the way it was making me feel. It was stripping the personality from me. I was drooling on my bed, and I thought that I was possibly being over-medicated because I couldn't keep my eyes open at times during the day. So my counselor advised me that what I should do is up my dose. She explained to me that I was getting used to the levels of what I was at, and I should increase the dose. So I started seeing the complications around me. I started seeing the fact that all the odds were against me in terms of having external help. I started using marijuana, and I was able to decrease the methadone dose. That was the last bit of the opiate run that I was on. I'm over a year clean today. I started using the medical cannabis, and I started realizing that I could decrease the dose, the methadone dose. I was on 130 milligrams. I'd get halfway through the day, and I'd realize that I didn't take the methadone. So it started becoming obvious that there was a way out. Got to the point where I realized that I was going to be able to take nothing, no opiates. I'm proud to say that today I'm opiate-free, I'm pharmaceutical-free. Through the years of addiction, I developed a lot of different things, PTSD, anxiety, and I used the cannabis as a treat-all. So yeah, I did trade one drug for another, absolutely. And I'm proud to be on the drug that I'm on today. It can't kill me. I can't die from it. I can't overdose from it. My doctor is very proud of the fact that I'm on cannabis. He's very proud of the progress that I'm making. He knows that I'm active now. He sees what it's done for me. My family sees what it's done for me. They're proud of me. My friends see what it's done for me. They're proud of me. So yes, I did trade one drug for another. I'm very, very proud of that. You cannot die from it. You can't die. You can buy fentanyl here. You can buy booze. You can buy porn. You can buy a bunch of different things. There's already marijuana on the streets here. Banning things doesn't keep it out of the hands of anyone. It's already here. The marijuana doesn't know if it's recreational. It doesn't know if it's medical. It has medical benefits. The medical benefits don't just come with the card. I had a difficult time getting on the program at the time because opiate use disorder wasn't acknowledged by the state. Well, now it is. My message is the health, it's not my message, it's the health department's message. This is medication for opiate use disorder, opiate use syndrome, whatever you want to call it. We don't want to ban marijuana. If we really care about these numbers, these record-breaking numbers, because we're on par for the 5th year, and I care about this issue, it hits home, you know? I don't want to see people dying. I don't want to see people I went to school with dying. I pulled someone out of bed who died of an overdose, you know? We don't want to ban marijuana. We don't want to do that. You can't die from it. I guess that's about it. One more thing I want to say is, the gentleman who had spoke before had told me in the past, I should send you the screenshot, he told me he can't wait to read about me dead in a ditch from an overdose.
Bill Truex, Brick Township.
Thank you, Council. For me, this isn't a not-in-my-backyard argument about recreational marijuana and cultivation or sales in Brick. For me, it's a not-in-my-front-yard issue. Currently, there's a marijuana cultivation facility proposed 150 feet away from my house. It's 50 feet away from my kid's bus stop. If the state legalizes marijuana, they said that they'll allow the medical marijuana facilities and cultivation facilities to be able to sell recreationally. If that gets proposed and that medical cultivation facility opens, you're going to have an issue with it becoming a recreational sales facility or cultivation facility. The owner of the property said that in the Asbury Park Press last week when she gave an interview. So please pass this ban tonight. Pass it for the residents of the town, not for the activists. Keep in mind, the vote is to keep the town the way it is today. It's to keep everything the same, status quo, not to introduce a new drug to the environment. There's already liquor stores, tobacco. You put these stores where they're readily available, it's going to filter down to people that shouldn't have it. Currently, if you don't have a medical card, which is perfectly legal, and I support people on medical marijuana, but if it's recreational, it's going to filter down to people that shouldn't have it. And if it's sold in town, people can, if they want it, they can go out of town and get it. I don't think it should be in town. Thank you. Pass the ban.
Thank you.
Michael Dovinas, Brick.
Thank you. Michael Dumas, 400 Adamston Road in Brick. Those of you who have been around this debate for a while know how significant that address is. So I want to just take a minute. We've heard a lot of prognostication theory about what could be and what might be. I'd like to just take a couple minutes to explain to you what has been in the real world for the last several months for my family. So the proposed cultivation facility that you've heard about tonight is separated from my infant daughter's bedroom by the width of Adamston Road, literally right across the street from her window. So this, in the entire debate, although we've been the epicenter of this, and I'll explain that in a moment why, this is only the second time I've spoken out. I went to a meeting, and I'm here tonight. I have never confronted anyone. I haven't trolled people on the internet. I haven't made comments on social media, nothing. Just quiet to ourselves. So why that's relevant is the first time I spoke, I went to a meeting where I heard the presentation of how wonderful everything was going to be. And I stood and spoke and voiced my opposition. Well, before I voiced my opposition, I said that I supported the people who needed this for treatment, and I do. And I don't get choked up much, but that night I put my arm around a man who was suffering from MS, and I told him, and I meant it, that I don't know where he got his strength from. And I told him I'd go home that night and pray for him, and I did. But I also said that day that I had a difference of opinion, that I feel like we have a right to, that there was a security issue. And there is a security issue whether it's recreational or whether it's medical, because cash goes in and highly valuable marijuana comes out. And there's a long documented record around the country of crimes that happen not within the secured perimeter of the building, although those happen too, but outside of the perimeter. I am the perimeter, literally across the street. There is no police officer, God bless every one of them, who can respond faster than 1,200 feet per second than a round bullet is going to come across the street. So I said, commentary? This is exactly what I mean. So I said that I understood medical marijuana. I wasn't against it. My wife is a nurse. She's not against it. But that we didn't feel it belonged in a residential neighborhood. We don't feel that recreational belongs in our neighborhood. And that's what we said. And I went home. And I put a sign on my lawn to say that. I think we have the right constitutionally to do that, to free speech, to disagree as neighbors. And in the months that passed after that, people ran wild over our house. They stole the signs, they vandalized, they harassed us, they woke us up in the middle of the night. And like you hear the chuckling right now, the chuckling on the internet was that I made it up. And then a man came to our house, walked past our front yard in a hoodie drawn over his face, and looked into our front window, walked past, turned around, and came back up to the front door, rang the bell. And when my wife, holding our infant baby, opened the door, he leaned into the door so she couldn't close it, a foot taller than her, and demanded to know why we were so against this. And he wouldn't leave. He left when he wanted to leave. So the police have been out again and again and again, and we faked all this and we made it up. Until, see it? He just said, yup. But you know what yup turned out to be? A very sophisticated and expensive security and surveillance system on my house. And I provided all that footage to the Brick Police Department, and 4 people were caught, and we're still after the other 2. So it's not made up. And if I distributed that to the council today. Trust me, council people, the videos are much more disturbing than the still shots are. They chill you to see what went on around my house. So I come here to tell you today that this isn't going to get better. And all I did was partially disagree. I wasn't 180 degrees on the other side of this issue. I just had an issue with security and the placement of the facility. And that's what we suffered as a family. And that's not acceptable. And we're in your hands. And that's all we can do. We don't have the police come to our house. The police have been to our house 15 times in the last 3-4 months. So I'm asking you, please, as I did in my emails to the council, pass it, and pass it unanimously to send a message. Because I'll wrap it up with this. You suffered the same thing 2 weeks ago. You were shouted down, belittled. There was racism, sexism, anti-worker, anti-sick people, everything hurled at this council 2 weeks ago. And for lack of a better term, welcome to our world. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Not sure of the first name, John Huck?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. It's Igor Huck.
Okay,
Live over on the Mount Looking side of Brick, New Jersey.
thank you. I apologize.
No, not a problem. So I'm well aware of the medical benefits of marijuana. What we're talking about here is recreational, from what I'm understanding, what I believe. And the biggest issue I have with this is, and I said it before at the last meeting, is the medical and the recreational use are getting used, or seems to me is being used interchangeably. The former proposed dispensary, now they're calling a cultivation site, is less than half a mile from my house. It's against a wildlife refuge. I'm not a farmer, but I believe that you start growing certain things next to other things that aren't there, it might cause some kind of issues. I don't know. That's my belief. There's a school down that road on Adamston. I'm not sure if it's a pre-K or a kindergarten, but young children are there. If this becomes, recreational becomes legalized, and that cultivation site is allowed to become a dispensary, The amount of traffic in that area will be horrendous. You have children riding their bicycles and playing walking. On Adamston Road there's not a solid sidewalk going the length of that road. It's broken up and some there's no sidewalk. So the safety implications of that, dangerous to kids. The crime aspect, as you was mentioned earlier. Like it or not, anytime you have any kind of facility where there's money or desirable product, whatever it is, there's going to be a tendency for crime to increase there. Some will say, okay, well, you combat that with hiring additional security or police officers. Who's going to pay for that? The taxpayers are going to pay for that? Property value. No matter what side of the fence you're on, or what you support, what you don't support, I've noticed a common trend that anywhere a dispensary opens up, immediately property value seems to fall. And I guess my final point on this is that why are individuals who are not residents of Brick making comments and speaking on this matter? I'm a tax-paying resident of Brick. We're the people that support or should make the decisions on what happens in our town. And I'm not going to single anybody out, but some of the comments some of the other individuals made, I'm not going to say it's either side, but just individuals, is that really the type of people we want to portray our town with? Again, so I'll say that I have no problem with medical. I'm well aware of its uses. Recreational, I firmly support a ban of it in Brick. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Kathy Erickson, Brick Township.
Hi. I've been a resident of Brick since 1950. I always tell everybody I lived here before there were people. I have no problem with medical marijuana. I know I have more than a few people I know who use it for various medical reasons. As I understand it, this ordinance is about recreational marijuana. So everybody who's getting up speaking about medical marijuana, this has nothing to do with medical marijuana. I live on the other side of town from Adamston Road in a nice, secure adult community. So it's not going to affect me personally. But one, it's against federal law. You're sworn to uphold the law. Two, recreational marijuana is not necessary. Medical marijuana, yes, there are many people who are helped with medical marijuana. I know several, like I said, I know several personally who are greatly helped by it. Big difference between medical and recreational. Recreational should not be allowed in Brick. We need to think about all the residents of Brick. If you want to have medical, that's fine. Get yourself a card and use your medical marijuana. I know people who use it medically without a card, but should not have recreational marijuana. I think the governor and the state assembly and the state senators are doing a great disservice to the majority of residents in New Jersey by passing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Oaks, Oceanport.
Good evening, Jeff Oaks, 60 Pemberton Avenue. I'm a stage 4 cancer patient, so I'm going in for surgery, which I might not survive in about 2 weeks. So I'm going to use my 5 minutes, which I'm watching, tick away. And I had to sit here and suffer through some of the ignorant comments that were made in this room tonight. I find it very offensive from a disabled person's point of view, the disparaging remarks about the medical cannabis that my radiologist recommends. He's not a quack down the street that sells medical cards for $400. He's a highly recognized radiologist at Monmouth Medical University. I have over 50 physicians probably looking after me, and not one of them has had any disparaging remarks like we've heard tonight about my choice of treatment. We talked, one of the speakers talked about somebody showing up at the door and how his family felt unsafe. Well, I get the Grim Reaper at my door, and I don't feel safe. Because this stigma and this legislation at the state level is tied to my health and welfare. In that bill is my hope for life as a stage 4 cancer patient who is terminal. In that bill that I've been waiting for, that you guys are denying me, that you're part of if you vote for this ban. I know I do understand that this discussion is about rec, but the two are intertwined. They're connected at the state level. So the folks that think they don't have anything to do with one another, they're absolutely incorrect. Senator Declan O'Scanlan wrote a good article in the Asbury Park Press about his concerns how the pushback for legalization has affected the ability of patients to access their medication, and that's me. You guys have blood on your hands tonight if you vote for this. If I die in 2 weeks, you will be part of the pushback that held medical cannabis back for this past year. I will be denied the chance to have unlimited cannabis to try to reduce the size of my tumors and maybe stay with my family, which we talk about family values. Okay? There's cancer patients in Brick that use cannabis. They have family values. They have very sick family members. They need your help. They don't need a bunch of rhetoric and a bunch of stigma and a bunch of Facebook comments. I don't support any of that. It's fun at times. It's cute. But you know what? There's people dying. This is a serious decision you folks have to make here. And I'm just going to enjoy my 2 minutes. I'll look into the faces, look into the eyes of you guys, and hope that tonight you guys might have a little compassion. There was a young gentleman that spoke earlier in the evening about some friends of his, I think that may had some, or family members that had cancer or passed from cancer. I don't remember the exact things, but it was very powerful and compelling speech. And it's one of the reasons I come out. We help one another, cancer patients. I'm currently helping a woman. Well, I haven't even made the contact. Well, the contact's been made. I haven't reached out to her yet. She has inoperable brain tumors. Her only chance is cannabis, and she's also tied to that legislation like I am. That's her last chance. Another friend of mine spoke of another family member that had multiple lung tumors and tumors in the spine and tumors of the neck. You know, these are pretty grim scenarios, and people are desperate. And I think it's time that New Jersey really make this, at least for medical, make it compassionate like it should be, and untie medical from rec and this debate between the two of them. Because understand, there are people that will use recreational cannabis for medical reasons.
Thank you. Nan Call, Brick.
call 18 Greenbriar Boulevard. I repeat what I said 2 weeks ago. I rise to speak not in favor or opposed. But I do say this is the wrong discussion at the wrong time. We don't know yet what the governor's bill says, and I frankly don't know what this bill says. But I do know that once again, Brick has overreacted to statements that are made. And I'm going to digress and tell you that I met St. Patrick for the first time when he jumped the fence between the home he then lived in. His parents had moved the family from the next neighborhood where there were many, many multifamily homes full of people from Ireland. And the question was always, when they heard that neighborhood, Donegal or Mayo? And my answer was, his parents are from Donegal. My grandparents, my mothers, who lived there, were from Mayo. And it was a very, very close-knit family. He was over in Korea when his father was dying, and he was given compassionate leave and flown home. He didn't know where his family lived, but not to worry. Just go up to the old neighborhood, which we did every night once I met him. And they would give him the address, and he went, left his grip in between the double doors and the single door, and went up to the hospital. So he jumped the fence because my sister had fallen, who was 6 years younger than I, and I was quite a young woman then. I wasn't a young woman. I was still in high school. And he had already been in service. Every night he would come, jump the fence, and sit with me, and we'd talk. Don't ask me what we talked about, but talk. And it continued. And next month, it will be 58 years that we were married. September, it will be 8 years since he passed away. He had an older brother with a wife and young children, had the first floor, and the rest of the family lived upstairs. My father-in-law died before I met him. So once I started talking with Patrick every night, he put a gate in, and I used to go over and talk with his oldest brother, Tommy. I knew nothing about these things. But there were 4 little kids there, and Tommy and I had a great relationship in conversing also. And one day he says to me, did you see the feds here yesterday? I said, what are you talking about? He says, they went into the house next door and cut down all the marijuana plants. The what? No idea what it was. So it's a weed. And I thought this was like palm trees that were in that yard. It was an old lady, and this is one of those high stoop brownstone type house. In fact, it was a brownstone house. And the older woman, Mrs. Montalbano, had the first floor. Her son, I don't think, lived at that address, but he owned the drugstore on the corner. So I got an education from Tommy, and he told me about it, and he says they come every year and they cut it down because it keeps on growing. And I've heard all of the stories. Patrick had a younger brother that lived in the house, and he retired from the police department in 1980s. His oldest son, Joseph, retired several years ago because he had MS. Still has MS. So I think I'm going to call him in the next week and ask him, Joseph, do you ever take marijuana? I wouldn't care if he does or he doesn't. If it helps him, fine. But this discussion, I don't know what's in the bill. We shouldn't be having it. And it shouldn't be a question of. There should be a moratorium immediately put in by Brick that until everything settles down and we know what we're dealing with state-wise, across the country, then we'll discuss it in depth and have many discussions, have forums where people can talk without any accusations being made and decide, are we going to have certain areas? I've long since complained, we have a hospital support zone, and then they took the sign away recently. That might be an area that we should have set aside for the cultivation, and it should have been done under some type of very strict controls. And then the hospital is in there, and you can have the dispensary as part of a medical institution, but only after we really discuss it and we really are very careful about the language that the bill says, the ordinance. You probably don't even need to do that, because if you got the right kind of bill from the state, it could cover it and do it. But I have no faith in any level of governance these days. Nobody that's making laws all the way up the hierarchy knows what they're doing.
Thank you. Monica Rinaldi, Brick Township.
Good evening, Monica Rinaldi, 577 Allen Road. On the state level, we can't do anything to change the governor's mind to legalizing the recreational marijuana, but I can ask you to consider the ban here in Brick. The state of New Jersey is not ready for legalization of marijuana. There's not even an accurate detection test to determine cannabis impairment. The state hasn't even come up with a THC concentration standard. Unlike drunk driving or driving under the influence of other drugs, breathalyzers, saliva swabs, urine tests don't quantify THC levels. A blood test needs to be done, but a warrant is also needed, and that person has every right to deny consent when marijuana is suspected. Even the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration cautions the use of blood tests to determine cannabis impairment, because THC can stay in the system for up to 30 days, which means that there will be a proliferation of stoned drivers through our town. So it is not just the lack of testing of impaired drivers, but we have our children to think of. If recreational marijuana is allowed in Brick, we will have shops popping up in every strip mall. I already feel that my 12-year-old children know more than they should about marijuana. Now they have to worry about snacks laced with marijuana, such as gummy bears, hard candies, chocolate bars, cookies, and brownies. This is not something that I, as a mother of 12-year-olds in junior high, should have to worry about. The activists, many in this room tonight, constantly accuse us of not caring about children with cancer. They list them by name to all of us all the time. Well, on that note, Morgan, Joseph, Amanda, Jenna, Alexa, Colton, William, Jimmy, Madison, Nick, Delia, Ben, Angelina, Gavin, Leo. Those are the names of our children, the children that I worry about every night, the children that we are here to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's not start. We've been doing so good. Roxanne Jones, Brick Township.
Good evening. Thank you, Councilman. First of all, recreational marijuana, if it's legalized, is not, contrary to what's been previously stated, helping the African American or any minority community. We need to be sober and focused in order to be productive citizens and manage our affairs appropriately, as well as contribute to our society. Furthermore, if you wish to have some sort of social justice regarding the laws, well, look at the laws and adjust them accordingly. One does not have to legalize a dangerous substance. I mean, what are you going to do? Legalize crack because crack cocaine has higher penalties than powder cocaine? Also, we need to be very mindful of the fact that when a person is impaired, that individual, well, is undependable, whether it's behind a wheel or to perform a job. And of course, we've already heard the enforcement problems, like how is a person supposed to detect, or rather a cop supposed to detect marijuana impairment for a driver? I say that the ban on recreational marijuana is a wise decision for our community. especially given the fact that as it is, we have a large number of tourists that come here, and, well, that's more people on the road and more potential for driving accidents for any number of reasons. Marijuana need not be added to the mix. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony Parlow, Brick Township.
Good evening. I will be very brief. I am in favor of this ordinance to ban the retail sales and cultivation of recreational marijuana in Bricktown. I feel that selling marijuana is against the master plan of Bricktown, as well as not being very good for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I need a little help. This name, Kayla, and I can't even begin to read the writing in the last name. Raymond? Kayla? Anybody? Somebody? No? All right, I'm going to go on, and then if there's somebody that signed the clipboard at the end, you'll tell me who you are, and we'll go that way. Jeffrey King, Eatontown.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the public. Appreciate your time this evening. There's a lot of really good points being made here, both pro and con. I really appreciate this open discussion. I'm sorry the circumstances are to ban social, responsible adult use and spiritual use of cannabis. I'd prefer that you were instead passing a resolution in favor of expungement and in favor of medical cannabis access. If you're going to take any action regarding cannabis, I think we need to be proactive and progressive and go onto the right side of history and not repeat some of the mistakes that we've made in the past and double down on the failures of the past. But that's just my opinion. I know that you're touting buy it in brick, so I don't know why we wouldn't want to buy this in brick. I think that would be a good thing for the tax base. I think that would make sense. Buy it in brick. Buy your Bud Brownie. As far as the family values, I've heard a lot of fear of cannabis, and I'd like to help dispel that and encourage you to think of it in a family way. We all have family that could benefit and that do, in some cases, benefit from cannabis. My father is a Southern Baptist teetotaler, and he doesn't get involved with anything that alters his mind. But he is walking with a cane now, and he discovered cannabis balm for his knee, and it's really made a difference in his life. He's an Air Force veteran and a grandfather, so that's a family value there. The family pets, our dogs, we love our pets, and veterinarians are now finding therapeutic use for cannabis for animals, and this is so successful that our favorite home inspiration, Martha Stewart, is putting her name and reputation endorsing veterinary products with cannabis in them. So I don't think we want to ban Martha Stewart from brick, do we? There's colleges in New Jersey and around the country that are now teaching courses on cannabis. College students are part of the family too. Why would we want to exclude them and their knowledge from brick? There's culinary classes on infusing cannabis in food, and that's an activity that people can enjoy responsibly. Gourmet meals, fine dining, high-end kind of activity. That's a good business that you don't want to exclude. Speaking of the high-end, people have disparaged crime and property values around dispensaries. Well, there's dispensaries in the most high-end neighborhoods of California, Beverly Hills. People that are putting a lot of money and investment, very successful people, are running these operations. And I don't know that you want to go and be that high-end. I don't necessarily think that that's what we want to do, but we don't want to just think of it as some kind of bodega operation. It comes in all different forms, and if you take control of the zoning, you can shape that and mold that in the way that works for this municipality. Another big family event is weddings. Everyone knows that weddings, it's open bars, a lot of drinking, celebration. Well, now out west, we have bud tenders at the weed weddings. It's just an option that some people choose if they don't want to have alcohol around or if they want to have both. That's a family-friendly event. Maybe not children, but the adults that would be consuming alcohol would be consuming cannabis. And this is happening. It's a great economic incentive to have your wedding at a place that is welcome and open to that. Do you want to say no to that? It's your choice, but I'd like you to just think about the benefits and don't be afraid, don't be scared. Just educate yourselves and be open-minded. Don't pass this ordinance. Don't do it. Don't make that mistake because you'll have to unwind it, and who knows what the consequences will be by that point in time. You may have missed an opportunity to grow this town in a way that would really be productive. If you do go ahead and vote for the ban, that's your decision, but I would urge you to be consistent, and the ones that would stand up and introduce this ordinance should then introduce an ordinance to ban the beer and wine tents from Summerfest, for starters, and then go ahead and continue banning alcohol from all the other places in town where children could possibly be exposed to it. Be consistent, please. Thank you.
Josephine Fishback, Brick Township.
Hi, my name is Josephine. I am a tax-paying resident of Brick since 1998. I am firmly in support of the ordinance that will ban the retail sale, cultivation, manufacturing, and testing of recreational marijuana. In addition, I support the ordinance that will also block marijuana retail establishments, cultivation facilities, cannabis product manufacturing, and testing facilities within our town. Brick Township is a town we decided to move to because of its family-first-like qualities that we value so dearly. If recreational sales, cultivation, cannabis, manufacturing, and testing facilities were allowed in this town, that would clearly send a message to residents and potential residents that family first is no longer a priority for the governing body of this town. The safety hazards of not passing such a ban will bring unspeakable dangers and hazards to this community, tax-paying residents and families. The town, the state, and the nation are facing a drug epidemic right now, and allowing marijuana to be sold, manufactured, tested, and cultivated here will not only contribute to this epidemic, but it will put Brick on the map that continues to fuel this epidemic. Is this really what we want our town's legacy to be? Should this ban not be passed, the environment of this town will permanently be changed, and certainly not for the betterment of Brick. It will no longer be the place that my family and I have treasured. I urge the council to take seriously the oath that you have taken to make decisions on what is best for Brick residents, and join the 70-plus other towns that have enacted marijuana bans and approved this ban. 2% is a joke of a revenue from marijuana sales and is not worth jeopardizing the safety of you, your family, and your community. Okay. Will Brick be on the hook financially if and once the state passes a law to legalize it down the road? Who will pay a lawyer to draw up the ordinance again? That's you. Why would Brick pass an ordinance now when we were told repeatedly by Mayor Ducey on his Facebook Live that other towns passing it is a dog and pony show? Why would we do that? I'm proud to say that I'm opiate-free. I'm methadone-free, I'm pharma-free, and I'm also cannabis-free. I am also a cancer patient like Jeff. We're not discussing medical cannabis tonight. We're discussing a ban on recreational marijuana. Please pass this ban.
Thank you. Alex Markopoulos?
Call to order. Before this discussion was started, you said there would be no disparaging remarks. I'm called out by name by the speaker. I was thinking it was my call to order.
Alex Markopoulos?
I was just signing in, I didn't mean to.
I think he signed my name down. Hi, I'm Gina Markopoulos. I'm a resident of Brick. I was born and raised in New Jersey and also chose to raise my children in this state. But the state I love has disappointed us. The official we elected are gambling with our children's health and future. This blatant disregard for generations to come is alarming. I am a mother of 4 children, ages 23, 16, 13, and 11. All 4 of my children have been raised in Brick, attended schools, and played many sports throughout the town. I have come to meet many nice families and neighbors whom now I call good friends. This is the town we chose to raise our families in, and we take pride in how family-oriented we are. When I moved to Brick 18 years ago, Brick was known as one of the safest cities in the country. We don't even make that list anymore. I hear all too often from my children, my children's friends, and the parents throughout this town that say marijuana and alcohol use amongst teenagers is a huge problem. Sometimes our children don't make the smartest choices, and as parents, that's alarming. We as parents, teachers, law enforcement, and city council have to focus more on where and how our teenage children are getting their hands on drugs and alcohol. If we legalize the sales on marijuana, it will only become more readily available and will increase the volume of teenagers that are using it. Legalizing marijuana in this town would only be more detrimental to our teenage children because the teenagers who smoke marijuana are twice as likely as adults to become addicted to that drug. The risk of addiction is not limited to marijuana. Early use of any drug hikes the risk of addiction to all drugs. Children who start using marijuana during adolescence are more likely to develop other drug and alcohol problems later in life. As a parent, our job is to do everything and anything to keep our children safe and away from the drug epidemic that we are now facing. I stand before you, the City Council of Brick Township, and ask you please think about what's best for the families and the future of our children in this town. And to please pass Chapter 340 of the Township Code and ban recreational marijuana sales, cultivation, manufacturing, and testing. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for my clarity, Alex is not going to speak? No. Okay, thank you very much. All right, is there anyone that signed the clipboard that I didn't call? Because I'm still missing that name that I couldn't decipher. No, okay. By a show of hands, is there anyone who did not speak who would still like to? Yes, sir, in the back.
Good evening to each and every one of you here. My name is James Rivers, and I'm at 462 Shirley Lane, right down the block from the facility in question. Now, we've heard a lot of arguments on tonight, good and bad. Those that require the medical marijuana, I'm sure they need it for their reasons. I don't have cancer, I don't have glaucoma, I don't have any of those diseases or any of the such that may require the medical marijuana. I've never been on drugs, and so I don't know how much a person wants it or needs it. I'm against it because I have 3 boys, and I also have a daughter which is in college in North Carolina. But my 3 boys, which is right, we live, like I said, we live right down a block from the facility. I don't want them to have the opportunity. I don't want the door to be open, and that's what this whole thing is about for those that are against it. Now, for those that may need it, I could understand that. If I was in their shoes, I probably would want it myself. I wouldn't want it down the block from where residents are and where children are. But if I was a person that needed it, maybe I would, but definitely not in a residential neighborhood. Now, like I mentioned, for me personally, it's basically about the children in the neighborhood. Now, I understand that there may be a lot of security that's there, and a fence that may go up. And this is whether we're talking about recreational or medical, whatever it is, marijuana is what we're talking about here. If the kids get their hands on it, because no place is foolproof, if they get their hands on it and they start smoking it, what it does is it can just open the door to other drugs and far more worse drugs. And that's what I'm here to say. We're trying to avoid that so our kids can't get their hands on it and then be introduced to other drugs that can come about. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this? Yes, sir.
Thank you for the time. My name is Dmitry Fyodorov. I'm formerly of 458 Mamie Drive in Brick. Wanted to bring a couple of points up. First and foremost, marijuana is here already. Cannabis, marijuana, hemp, whatever you want to call it, it's here, it's on the streets. Kids are already using it, teenagers are already using it, adults are already using it. I think it's shortchanging Brick Township's ability to collect taxes on it. You guys need these taxes. You need them to put in the infrastructure to protect yourselves against pills, pharma, alcohol, cigarettes. These are real problems that you guys are dealing with. When you get older, you're going to want cannabis. You may not want it now, but you're going to want it because you're not going to be poisoned into your latter years of life. Your quality of life is going to matter a lot to you. It matters a lot to us because it's a relevant issue right now. It may not matter to you as much because it's not relevant in your family. Your kids aren't on dope. You don't have cancer. Access means a lot to these people. And when I say access, I understand it's a geographical issue. You don't want it in your backyard. You don't want your 3 kids to be near it, and I understand that. I brought a picture of what the inside of a dispensary looks like. It's highly secured. It's like Fort Knox. There's security guards with guns, radios. There's cameras everywhere. There's more security, as mentioned, than in this actual courtroom today. So you can't just have kids running around buying gummy bears and brownies. I got sprayed with perfume because of the stigma that we smell like cannabis. I got sprayed by somebody's foreign chemical that smells not like me. No regard for skin condition or allergies or olfactory nerve offenses, none of that. And the rhetoric and the chatter is disrespectful.
She's threatening me again. She's threatening me, remove her. We didn't need to be turning around in your seats there.
I'm going to stop the clock at 3, please.
Yes.
So that's terrorism. Spraying me with chemicals.
And you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'll respectfully take the last 3 minutes. Thank you. The geographical sensitivity of this is an issue, and I understand that. But to shortchange yourselves of taxes, to battle the inevitable, national law, state law, tax revenue, this is all needs to be taken into consideration. We all need this money. Pick a place that's safe for you. Pick a place where you can put us patients, us addicts. Pick a place and collect those taxes. We're adults. We're well articulated. We're intelligent. We're responsible taxpayers. We have a need, and you have a responsibility. 2 weeks ago, I brought up the fact that you will not be able to enforce this because of industrial hemp. It looks identical to THC-bearing cannabis. Gummy bears look exactly like regular gummy bears. Brownies look exactly like brownies. What you're doing is making it impossible for your police to enforce these laws. The kosher community finds medicine from God to be kosher. They have every right to use cannabis today. They have a Second Amendment protection. You can't touch them. There isn't one African American here on the board. You guys are poorly represented for the people that are in New Jersey and Bricktown. I'm the founder of the Church of Cannabis Sativa, so technically I could exercise Second Amendment rights. Don't have to. It makes too much sense to have to flex that kind of muscle. Nobody should have to in America. That's why we moved here. The ban is short-changing and short-sighted. I don't ask that you don't ban. I just ask that you postpone till you get educated. Come up with a better solution. You don't have to make a decision on this. It's sending a sign, it's sending a ripple, an unnecessary one. As of 2 weeks ago, only one person here, Councilman Fosman's been in a dispensary. Has anybody went to a dispensary since then? No. So you don't care. You don't want to see what we've seen and what we need. You want to make decisions about it. You can have your 45 seconds.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion and open to council for comments and questions.
Sorry. I have a question for our counselor. If we do not pass this ordinance and allow for recreational marijuana in the town of Brick, what are some of the ramifications for zoning?
There is a bill being currently considered by the legislature. It's Senate Bill number 2703. And I read it, probably as most of you did, that there may be changes to that bill. But as it currently reads, and I think you asked me about the zoning, and I know that some people here tonight have said, well, you should exercise your zoning power. One thing that bill does that is very unusual for state legislation is that it says if a town does not undertake a ban of recreational marijuana, as you're doing tonight, then the state requires the town to allow growing, cultivating, processing, and selling of marijuana in all industrial zones of the township, and to allow the selling, which is the retail selling, dispensaries, in all commercial zones and retail zones. So the practical effect of that is if this bill is approved and there is not a ban in Brick, you are actually going to lose your power to zone, especially for retail dispensaries. As I said, it's a tremendous incursion by the state into what is traditionally local zoning power, because most of zoning says that local officials, such as yourselves, are the best situated to determine what uses go in what zones, what businesses, where residents go, where any type of business would go. This bill, if it's adopted by the state, would actually take that authority away from the township and put it under state law. So you would actually lose really most of your control, most of the local control over where a retail dispensary could be located in Brick, and it would be very wide ranging. It would be in any retail or commercial zone. I can tell you in Brick, I would guess that roughly half the town is covered by retail or commercial zone. As you know, there's all the highways, the roadways, major roadways, they're all for commercial retail uses. So that is a practical effect if this legislation is adopted and the township does not have a ban.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from council?
I have a question.
Councilman Mumolo.
I understand something changed today as far as revenue was brought up, as far as the township losing revenue. Mayor, can you elaborate a little bit on that? I know it's been a discussion.
Yep, sure. So today there was an announcement by the governor that they came to an agreement, at least between the governor, the Senate President Sweeney, and the Speaker Coughlin. And as part of that, they agreed, because it was always 2%, 2%, 2% for a town. Now they upped that to 3%. So you put that in perspective of what it means to our budget. So we have a $100 million budget, as you guys know. So if you take the $1 billion worth of sales, which is predicted, and Colorado just hit $1 billion worth of sales, and we have more people in New Jersey. And so far, as far as I know, 56 towns in New Jersey, 57 towns in New Jersey, close to 60 have said no so far to selling it. So that leaves, if you times that by 3, let's just say there's 165 total that say no, which leaves us with 400 towns that say yes. You divide the 400 towns into the $1 billion worth of sales, and it's $2,500,000 per sale, per town. And 3% of that, just so you're aware, I mean, you can do the math, but it's $75,000, which is 0.007% of our budget here in Brick. So when you hear about, like, a bunch of tax dollars, we're talking $75,000. Based upon, if 400 towns say yes, it could be less, it could be more. And if it's $1 billion, it could be less, it could be more. So those are kind of estimates, but they're based upon what's the reality of the time. And then 3% of that is 75,000. So obviously, if there's more towns that say no, that money would go up a little bit. But only 3% of, let's say it's $3 million, 3% of that, is $90,000. So we're not talking about, $200,000 or, something like
We're
that.
also responsible for collecting that money, so we have to hire a person. We have to probably bring on somebody to actually police for go to these establishments.
The bill requires the town to collect on a monthly, and it has to be on a monthly basis, and it's cash. I don't know if we'd have to hire somebody, but we'd have to, if we didn't have to hire somebody, we would have to change somebody's job duties and add job duties for sure. And then because of cash being involved, I would think police would have to escort that person around. They wouldn't be going around on their own.
Any, I did have a question, Mayor, just on the revenue. Correct me if I'm wrong, that $1 billion from Colorado, that was after 5 years of their program. The early years, they didn't realize anywhere near $1 billion.
Right, it was $1 billion worth of sales that they hit this year, but, I mean, there's probably more people around us, in New Jersey than out there, but there's a lot more people with a vacation, I don't know. I just picked the billion because that was the highest estimate I saw for New Jersey. That's why I picked that number. But
Okay.
yes,
But if it
Colorado
was-
hit it in years 5 or 6.
If it was less than $1 billion, it would be less than 75,000 for us.
Yeah, you take that number, divide it by the 400 towns or whatever, legalize it, and do 3% of that, so whatever that number is.
Thank you. Anyone else from council? Seeing none, close council. I've totally lost track, Madam Clerk. Could we do a motion in a second
I
already?
have a motion and a second.
Okay, then let's go to roll call, please.
Councilman Fosman.
I just first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out. I'd like to hear both sides of the story, and thanks for almost everybody being very respectful and getting a point across. I see a lot of people here for 2 meetings. Just as a little reference, 11 states did pass marijuana. 11 states did pass it. That was 11, 12. 11 states did. 10 of them did it by ballot, and 1 only by legislation. My vote is a yes on this ordinance, and I would like to request of the mayor and the council, through the council president, by way of resolution, to send a letter addressed to the Governor Murphy, State Senator Sweeney, and Assembly President Coughlin opposing recreational marijuana in the state of New Jersey. I would ask the council to do this, and the mayor, to show that, put a resolution out and send it to them, and have the council pass a resolution, show them you're serious about this.
We'll discuss it on the land use committee.
If this passes, you should do it. Show you have nuts.
Councilwoman Dion.
Councilwoman Dion.
Thank you. This ordinance isn't for the banning the use of recreational sale, or it's not banning the use of marijuana if the state even passes it. It bans our sale, cultivation, the manufacturing, and the testing, and it's still a huge if the state is going to pass this. They just came to the compromise today, and we don't even know if both houses and all the legislators themselves agree on this. So if marijuana does become legal in New Jersey, you are allowed to still smoke it wherever you are allowed to legally smoke anything. As a council, the mayor said it before, it's not a lot of money that we would be getting in. We've been fiscally responsible with taxpayer money, and if we were to do this, it wouldn't make any financial sense. We would still have all of the overhead of the monitoring, the collection, and the administration costs, along with all the zoning. We aren't allowed to choose where we would want to put this. So for those reasons, my vote is yes.
Councilman Momolo.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Definite yes.
Councilman Halloran?
Thank you. I'm not against medical marijuana. Recreational isn't all that bad either. It depends upon the users and how out of control some people get just because they are. And I think it's addictive personalities that are the biggest problem. Someone got up and talked about expunging records of people. I think we have a real problem in this country with how we deal with certain penalties for this. That being said, I don't think fiscally this would be responsible to not pass this. I vote yes on the ban, and I think it's the right thing for Brick Township. Thank you.
Vice President Creed?
So I've had the opportunity to talk with, and I've received a lot of mail over the last 2 weeks from Brick residents and people from out of town as well. As someone who sits on council and is also a teacher, I see a lot of injustices in this world. Kids without enough food to eat, and people who are neglected on a daily basis, people in our very own town who are still out of their homes after Sandy. And after listening to everything, in my humble opinion, if the state does pass this law, having people drive one town over to purchase marijuana is not an injustice, it's an inconvenience. I think at this juncture, it's an inconvenience that is appropriate considering the lack of benefits that this bill will offer to individual towns, especially our town here in Brick. If I pair that with the public outcry of the many citizens of Brick that I've heard over the last 2 weeks, and the unequivocally stated from all of them that they are not at all interested in having recreational sales in our town, I have to say, as a mother, a teacher of over 26 years who's worked with DARE officers for that 26 years, teaching my students about the importance of living drug-free. And as a councilwoman, I'm thinking most of the children and families that live in this town. And with that, I'm voting yes. Thank you.
President Zapsik?
Thank you. Mr. Starkey referred to Senate Bill 2703. On November 26th of 2018, Senate Bill 2703 and Assembly Bill, the companion bill A4497, were heard in a joint Senate and Assembly committee. And after 6 hours of testimony, the bills were reported favorably out of committee. So when we hear today that a deal has been struck between the governor and the Senate president and the speaker, those are the bills. If they want to get this to a floor vote by March 25th, which is the date that I read, that's the legislation that they're considering. There is not time for them to go back to the drawing board, reintroduce something new, move it through committee. That's the bill we're going to get. So it's really important that people understand what's in that bill, and some of it has been touched on by other people today. The bill, as Mr. Starkey said, if a town does not opt out, you're automatically in, and you're in for 5 years. And after 5 years, if you decide to opt out, the businesses that have come in those 5 years are grandfathered. Okay? There was an exception carved out to the New Jersey Smoke-Free Air Act to allow for on-site consumption areas. There was a category of micro businesses created, 2,500 square feet or less, and 5 to 10 employees, and with limits on the number of plants that can be grown and the number of pounds that can be sold a month. Mr. Starkey talked about the zoning. The bill basically gives towns 180 days to opt out. As I said, if they don't opt out, they're in. And if they're in, they have to accept the marijuana businesses in any retail or commercial or industrial zone. Mr. Stark, you talked about some of these locations. The Route 88 corridor comes to mind. Maniloking Road comes to mind. Right across the street, Birchwood, the retail on Chamberswood Road backs right into a park, right into the Birchwood Park neighborhood. And then there's the tax revenue. There's a gross misconception that there's billions to be made in tax revenue on this. I'm not going to lie to you, the state's going to do pretty good. The Office of Legislative Services estimated about $210 million for the state. But there is nothing in that bill that earmarks that money to come back to our schools, or to come back to law enforcement, or come back to anything that we need. It strictly goes into the state coffers. And then, as the mayor talked about, the percentage was increased from 2% to 3%, but even at the top year, it's probably not more than $100,000 a year, which is a drop in the bucket on our budget. It barely pays for one police officer and someone to go around and collect. My impression after, and I sat down and I read, I'm going to talk about getting educated, I read all 163 pages of this bill, every single word. And my takeaway was that it was written by the cannabis industry for the benefit of the cannabis industry, not for the benefit of the state, of the citizens of New Jersey, and certainly not for the benefit of the citizens of Brick Township. And if anybody thinks that it wasn't written for the benefits of the cannabis industry, New Jersey, if they adopt this, will be the only state out of the 12 that have legalized marijuana that does not allow home grow. Every other state allowed a small number of plants for people to grow in their homes for their own private consumption. New Jersey scratched that out, because what they want is for the cannabis industry to make money, and they'll do it on the backs of the taxpayers, because here in Brick Township, if our costs exceed what we would bring in tax money, guess who pays for that? You and me and every other taxpayer in the town. My vote is yes. Yay, we're at public comment. Madam Clerk.
Please note that each person addressing the council during any section of the meeting during which public comment is permitted shall limit his or her remarks to 5 minutes pursuant to Brick Township Administrative Code, Section 2-33B.
Thank you. Mr. Finelli. Oh, okay. 2 minutes? I don't know about anybody else. I need a bio break. I'm about ready to float away. We'll be right back. And you'll be the first at the microphone, I promise. Okay.
I guarantee I won't even take my 5 minutes.
You're my best friend tonight, Mr. Finelli.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments and a favor to ask. First of all, I want everybody to remember we are the highest tax state in the country, all right? Number one. Number two, this state right now, the latest number today, they're $151.5 billion in the hole. That's $1 billion in the hole. If you were a business, you'd be in bankruptcy court, no doubt. Number three, if anybody thinks that this marijuana issue is anything other than about money, they are sorely mistaken, all right? They're going to tax the marijuana at $42 an ounce. I don't know how much is physically an ounce. I don't know how much an ounce costs. But put it another way, $672 a pound is what they're taxing it for. And the state's going to get that, and they're counting that to do that. So keep that in your mind. Now, my favor is, by your own numbers today, 1 in 5 people in Brick are over 65 years old. I'm assuming they're accurate. I'm not questioning that. They're all part of the mayor's family, right? Okay, good. When you're doing your budget, I want you to think about those things. 1 in 5 are over 65. We are the highest tax state in the country. I just got my income tax back today that was done, and this is the first year that you're stuck at $10,000 in the deduction. So I got whacked for $3,000 right off the bat. Can't deduct that anymore. I don't know if everybody's in my case, but that's the other thing. The school budget now, and I'm sure the mayor is aware, if you're all not, but I'm sure you are, they're not going to be able to survive if they tax it 2% a year for the next 7 years, which is right now the max, but they might change that so they can tax us more than 2%. But you're guaranteed you're looking at a maximum of 2% a year tax going up on that side. I looked at my tax bill today, and the school is 47%, the town is 31%, and the county is 61%. So between the county and the municipal, they equal a school tax on my particular tax bill, all right? Unfortunately, I know you were in Trenton, and I appreciate you going there. You know how many buses were there from Tom's River?
25, because 2 broke down.
Yeah. How many were there from Brick?
There was 3 that I know of.
2.
There was 3 in the parking lot.
Okay.
I was only on one of them, so I couldn't.
Okay. My point being is that I don't know if the people in Brick understand it or really care about it.
Well, the difference was, what happened is Tom's River had a scheduled half-day, so they got to get all their kids on the bus, where our schools were open for the full day, so our kids couldn't leave until the 2:20 when they get out. And obviously, they wouldn't have made it there by 2 o'clock if you're leaving here at 2:20.
How many seats on the school bus, and were the 3 full?
I didn't count them.
The representation
Yeah.
at Brick was no better than the representation that comes to these meetings or the representation that goes to the school board.
Yeah, I'm just saying why the
You
kids
get
couldn't-
more than the
why the
school
kids
board,
couldn't go.
right?
I was just
So-
saying why the kids couldn't go. They couldn't go because they
Yeah.
were in school.
Kids couldn't go, but the adults didn't go either. And I'm one of them, but I'm 77, so I'm not going to stand in the cold. I do enough, right? So my request is that you just remember all of those things when you're doing your budget, that your impact is going to be added on to everybody else's impact, which is going to be increased. We are the highest tax state in the country. I would never be happy with an increase. I wouldn't be happy with a small increase. I'm not even really going to be happy with no increase. I want that highest tax state in the country to come down to where we're not getting killed like that. So my favor is, when you're doing all your deliberations, think about that. Think about 20% of your population is over 65. I'm assuming on fixed income, but maybe some of them are still going to have to work till they're 75. All right? It's a bad scenario, and it's only going to get worse. And don't count on the state for anything, because my prediction was, and still is, after they're done raping the school systems, where are they going to go next? The municipalities, because they got nothing else. Marijuana is not going to produce the amount of revenue that they thought. The original projections was 400 million, then it was down to 200 million, and now you don't even have a law passed yet. And we haven't done all those other things. So for this year, you can, probably not going to see a dime. Keep all those people in mind when you're doing your budget and squeeze just a little bit tighter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sluka?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll fix him at the school board. I'm going to be last. That's my spot. That's his spot. Let me read my letter. Right before I read my letter, though, it was nice to see many of the council members stand up for people in one area of Brick, and even one council person read 160 pages to find out more information. My question is, should we find more information by either reading or exploring and doing our stuff all along individually, not by some lobbyist telling you? Okay, here's my letter. Dear Mayor Ducey, March 6, 2019, Council President Andrea Zapsik, all Brick councilmen and councilwomen. A 14-foot pollution, noise, and safety wall along the side of the Garden State Parkway is needed in Evergreen Woods, Primrose Gardens, Greenbriar, Birchwood, Briar Mills, Brick High School, Town Hall, and other areas in Brick Township. 20-foot high trees and thick, dense brush that were destroyed foolishly and illegally by the New Jersey Turnpike Authority on the Garden State Parkway must be replanted for the well-being of Brick citizens. This should curtail some of the ill effects brought about by the New Jersey Turnpike Authority Commissioners from the deadly destruction of the environment surrounding the Garden State Parkway. The residents and workers in the area surrounding this parkway are at risk to early onset of COPD, heart attacks, and other ailments. Thousands of studies have proved that the ill effects of these tiny particles being sent through the airways to our lungs from the Garden State Parkway may very well cause a bedridden life and premature deaths. With the increased risk of autism, asthma, COPD, and premature deaths, can anyone just sit on their hands and be quiet? Since, as the mayor said, we are his family, shouldn't he and the council members stand up for the citizens who are impacted by the toxins from the parkway? More than a month ago, I challenged each and every member of the council, the mayor, the administration, to investigate for themselves the impacts of the toxins that flow off this parkway. I also asked you to stand up and speak up before the public here at this meeting and those watching on TV. If I am wrong or if I was lying, to call me a damn liar already. I don't know if any of you even considered your own investigation, or maybe you have just not completed your investigation yet, but a couple of months now really have passed, and the citizens are still getting sick, and some are contracting diseases such as COPD and dying prematurely. As we continue to get impacted by the toxins, I'm still waiting for you individually to stand up and tell me and others like me how much I'm lying to you. The easy way out is for elected officials and their appointees to sit back, do nothing on their own, listen to the lobbyists and benefactors of the NJTA without standing up to the bureaucrats within the state and the local governments. The governor, the council members, and the mayor fought for the responsibility to protect the citizens and to lead the community against the members of the powerful swamp that entrenched themselves into the citizens' paid positions in the bureaucracy. But so far, you officials have shown little gumption in this area and to do what is right. Studies of air pollution have proven over and over again that the toxins from high-volume traffic areas harm our citizens. With a legacy of autism, asthma, COPD, heart attacks, and premature deaths in the area, the town's council members and mayor should speak up at every opportunity in opposition to the New Jersey Turnpike's reign of terror. An ongoing legal course of action should be taken immediately. It's been over 6 years since the Turnpike began their assault on the citizens of Brick, and very little has been done to protect the people. Flooded streets, sinkholes, washed out homes, doctor visits, and deaths are all signs of this assault. The hidden dangers, as detailed in thousands of air pollution studies of forced toxins into the lungs of our children and seniors, are not as visible, but they are even more deadly because they're not visible. Every meeting of the council, every radio talk show, every gathering should be an opportunity for elected officials to show their support for the citizens who were impacted daily by the deadly assault of the New Jersey Turnpike Authority Commissioners. Various lawsuits should be filed, and a call to action needs to be addressed. I beg 10 extra seconds. With all this in mind, immediate action needs to be taken, and a 14-foot noise pollution and safety wall needs to be erected in the many areas of Brick Township, and along with the wall, replanting the vegetation, including trees and bushes, along the Garden State Parkway needs to take place. I didn't say my name, John Sluka, 950 Sylvia Court. Thanks for the extra 10 seconds.
Thank you. And Mr. Sluka, thank you for the nod on the reading all the bill, but I got to give props to Council Vice President Crate. She wrote all 250 pages of the Colorado Impact Report, so.
Nan Carl, 18 Greenbriar Boulevard. And number one, I want to acknowledge that President Zapsik is doing a fantastic job. You're the one person there that I really have complete faith in, that you do the right thing. Everybody else has come to many meetings with their minds already made up. Anything we people say doesn't mean a thing. I've gone to Trenton with the school. I went with Mel Percy when he was an interim superintendent. Went more than once and stood on the steps and I opined, as I usually do. It doesn't matter. It's political action committees with big money that gets everything done and done their way. And the comments that were being made that I heard was it was cannabis packs that got this done and insisted on taking out the homegrown. But I still stand by it was the wrong thing to do at the wrong time. No real reading of that bill was ever done in public. To read it, you need to be able to discuss what exactly is in it and let us talk and search for the information. When we seek information, it's not forthcoming. And it's not forthcoming when you put in Oprah requests. You're told things like, that's research. Yeah, why would anybody put an Oprah request in if you weren't researching the answer or the truth of something? It was mentioned that you had 180 days to opt out, and I was going to question that there's always a time period before a bill that gets final passage becomes effective. You could have tabled this bill and waited and then picked it up. But the better thing was you needed to have more discussions. You needed to discuss also the drug problem here in Brick, across the country. Most of the hard drugs, it's more because of mental problems than it is. You get dependent upon it. You take it, the pain goes away, and then you crave it. With the cannabis, I'm not too keen on it. I'm very straight-laced and always have been, and I follow a very strict line when I walk. Meantime, my father owned a bar and grill for 25 years of my life. But he had people that he actually called their AA sponsor to say, Jimmy's here, and I think you better get him out before things get any worse than they are. He was that kind of man. He had a moral instinct. We need to have forums where we the people get to talk, and everybody, including this side, listens with your two ears to what we're saying. What is it we want? What do we need? And I still say, if they would have done this many years ago when I spoke about the hospital support zone and the difficulty that I have when I go to the hospital and then have to go into LabCorp and going around, instead of having a street that takes you from one parking lot to another and one area to another. This is not anything you ever discussed. Nobody in this town apparently has a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, and a 30-year plan, which most businesses have. and you discuss it with the people who are advising you, and part of that is us. The Open Meetings Act says you're supposed to hear from us and get input before you ever decide. So I think you made a big mistake in passing it, because there are several people that say you're going to have to undo it, and time is money, and you're taking our time, and you're not giving us. You would have had a wall for Evergreen Woods if you really were paying attention to the citizenry and doing the right thing.
Thank you. Anyone else from public?
I would like to go on record to say thank you very much to the council for making an informed opinion before you took your vote, and a special thanks to Council President Zapik. Thank you very much for taking the time to really go through the bill and say exactly what it is. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight.
No problem.
Anyone else? Seeing none, close public. Council comments, Ms. Bergen. No, thank you. Oh, okay. Mayor?
Yes, I will be brief because it's 11:25. So I just want to say, because I promised I would, to the clergy, I wanted to advertise their Rise Against Hunger event. It's hosted by the Brick Clergy. It's at St. Dominic's. It's a meal packaging event. It's taking place on Sunday, March 24th from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and donations of non-perishable items are being accepted. So please drop those off at St. Dominic's, but please also help on March 24th from 2 to 4 in packaging those items, and they're going off to people who need to eat. Thank you.
Mr. Starkey? No, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Nothing, thank you.
Madam Secretary? Councilman Fosman?
My page is out here. I'd just like to congratulate Patrolman Fogarty for his award, and Sergeant Matthews for his award. And Mr. Sluka, I did send an email with Michelle about your wall. So if she needs me to send another one, I will. All right? So Mayor, when you get the engineering report for Greenbriar 1, I'd like to see that whenever it comes in. And I'd just like to say, I think we need to send a resolution to the governor from this council and mayor, and to Senator Sweeney and Assembly President Coughlin, opposing recreational marijuana in the state of New Jersey. This will reinsure what we did up here, coming from all of us. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dion?
Thank you. I just want to say congratulations to the Brick Memorial Marching Mustangs and the Brick Township High School Girls Dragons soccer team for their winning seasons. And a couple of buy-in brick updates. The Cold Stone Creamery has a 7.5 rebate, and Shore Kickboxing has a 7.5 rebate. So use your buy-in brick cards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mumolo?
Thank you. Congratulations, Brick Memorial High School band and Brick High School girls soccer team. Thank you, Ms. Bergen, Ken Mathis, and Rob Burns for giving this presentation. Thank you very much, and happy St. Patrick's Day to all. It might be St. Patrick. No, it's not yet. Almost.
That would be in Delaware.
Councilman Howard?
Thank you. Congratulations to our new recruits in the police department, and certainly to our award winners. Also, congratulations to the band and the soccer team, ladies soccer team. And I hope, and I'd like to thank Ms. Bergen and Mr. Burns and Mr. Mathis for their wonderful presentations tonight. We didn't get a chance, because it was so hectic tonight, we didn't get a chance to say thank you. But I hope they hear it, and have a nice St. Patrick's Day. Safe one. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President Crate?
Yes, I just want to, even though nobody's here now, I just wanted to thank all the people who came out from both sides to share their thoughts feelings, stories with us. I think it's important that we hear both sides, and I think we genuinely all took into account what everybody was saying and what we feel is best for the town based off of that. So thank you so much for coming out, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate our new police officers and wish them all the best of luck and good health and everything else that goes along with their service to our community and keeping all of us safe. And congratulations to the Brick Memorial Marching Mustangs and the Brick Township High School girls soccer team. And also thank you to everyone who came out and spoke tonight and for participating in the democratic process. That's what,
Absolutely.
it's the price of living in our country. And that's really all I have tonight, other than to say, Councilman Fosman, I would be delighted to have you participate a little bit more in the meetings with us. The last time I asked you, you declined, but I'll certainly be happy to share the agenda with you and have you take more part in it in the future.
I will come
So-
to your caucus meetings if you allow me.
The next public meeting will be on Tuesday, March 26th at 7 p.m. Motion to adjourn?
Motion.
All in favor?